Welcome, everybody, to the Making Awesome podcast. This is episode 240. We're going to be hanging out, talking all about the right printer for the right job, understanding the differences between some of the major components and machines on the market, and of course, doing our best to categorize different brands, different machines into consumer, commercial, and industrial, so that when you're looking for machines, or maybe you're considering of trying to get to that next level of machinery, this might be a decent list. To be clear, this is not an exhaustive list. While we are both exhausted, it is not an exhaustive list. And we will certainly miss some things. So yeah, Jacob, how are things doing?
Well, it's been a day. I've just driven halfway across my city just to get here on time because I lost track of time. But that's the fun joy. Yeah, one of my friends finished their PhD. So we went round just to celebrate her getting her PhD. And then her father is getting an MBE of all things, which is amazing. So, like, massive hats off to them. I don't know if they want me to say their name or not, so I won't. But if they're watching, they know who they are. Very proud of you too.
I never got my PhD. I'm good. I got my master's. I'm one in. I'm good. I don't need more.
I didn't even get my master's in the end because I quit like 2 months before I was supposed to get it. Thank you, COVID, by the way, for ruining that for me.
Well, it happens.
It's really annoying.
So real quick, let's thank the sponsors, and then let's dig right into it. So huge thank you to the sponsors of the show. We have Printed Solid that does the filament giveaways. Huge thank you to them. They're based up in Delaware. We are going to be visiting them in basically a month's time at this point, where we are going to see their brand new massive facility. I got a bit of a drone shot of the outside. Holy crap, this place is huge. Mr. Randolph, Dr. Andolph, if you will, because his first name is David, last name is Randolph, so it's Dr. Andolph, right? So it's Dr. Andolph. Himself said that we need to plan extra time, so we are planning extra time to go and film their brand new facility. I saw some insider stuff, and I'll tell you, it's a really, really cool facility. They are the filament giveaway sponsor, so check the link in the pinned chat message. We got like 15 rolls out the other day, so still behind a little bit, but working on it. Huge thank you as well to Construct 3D for sponsoring the show, the UK's fastest 3D printer, the first Bambu 3D printer, a truly commercial and industrial class machine. So if you are looking to take your business to that next level with some fused filament fabrication machines, as it were, check them out, construct-3d.com. Links are in that description down below. And yeah, you're going to see them come up quite a few times. I'm going to put Jacob in the hot seat and have
I'm
him...
actually so not looking forward to this.
Well,
there's a reason I put pink as my background, so you can't tell if I blush.
Oh, that's really smart. Damn it, that's really smart. Oh, that's so smart. You know what? I'm like, oh, he's got a little cotton candy vibe going on today. Like, I'm feeling it, right? His background's got more energy than the two of us combined.
That's true. Oh, I think the batteries in my lights have more energy combined than both of us put together.
I have not been sleeping well. We'll get to more of the personal fun stuff at the end of the show. We're trying to be a little bit more on topic, okay? And run it,
not happening, knowing us.
more topic based. So we've talked about materials, we've talked about nozzles, and the right kind of hot ends and sizes and things like that. But that's really only one type of 3D printer. Mm-hmm. And while the vast majority of people are users of FDM or FFF machines, there's a lot more out there as well. right?
I always like to say FDM is second best in a good way. Most times when I say it's second best, people go, "What do you mean by that? That's a bad thing being second best." Like, no, I actually mean it in a good way. It's the same way that being a master of none is better than a master of one. It's the same thing for FDM printers, where you will not get the highest tolerance class of like an SLA resin printer,
Right.
but you get second best. But the benefit is you get more material choice, but you don't get as much choice as something else. And you end up with this like being second across the board means you are so averagely good that the peaks where other technologies shine at, you can just eclipse. Like
Right.
take powder based like a Formlabs machine,
Yeah, the
like a
Fuse
powdered
one.
Formlabs SLS. You're
Hmm.
stuck to like two materials if that.
Mm,
You have to do everything on like those very select few materials that are available.
they have quite a few, but like that you're more limited on the Formlabs machine by the power of the laser, right?
Well,
So
that
I'm
as
gonna
well.
butcher this, but I believe it's ytterbium, ytterbium.
Oh, I need to Google that.
Yeah, it's an element, but that's its fiber source, and it's I believe the Fuse One Plus is a 30 watt fiber source, and like so the Fuse One Plus, it's an SLS machine, so it's selective laser sintering. For those that don't know about that machine, you have to use slightly darkened material. You can't use white powder in it. It doesn't work. It its wavelength of the laser itself doesn't readily be absorbed by white materials, so you have to mess around with that a little bit. And it
Hmm.
ends up being something to where if you need white for whatever process that you're doing and you don't have the money for an EOS, guess you're paying
You're out of
somebody else to
luck.
do it. Well, no, you just end up outsourcing it, right? And there are tons of places to outsource machines to, or outsource jobs to, right? There's businesses that wholeheartedly exist
Hmm.
to be the outsourced company, right? The people behind the curtain, if you will, that operate. But for the vast majority of people, white SLS is not necessary. And quite frankly, white SLS gets really dingy after like
Yeah.
5 or 6 dozen times it's handled, right? It picks up the dirt and
If
crap from your
anyone's
hands.
ever had like white shoes, you know exactly what's going to happen to it within like 5 seconds of looking at the white powder.
But see, white shoes you can clean.
Oh, you can't clean this.
No,
It's so permeable to
yeah,
any piece of dirt.
yeah, and
It's like trying to get
it
toothpaste out of a shirt without actually washing it. You just can't do it. You give up.
I,
You know exactly the pain as well. It's like, oh, I did it really quick. I'll just quickly get rid of it, and it's there, and it just looks really awful. No matter what you do, it's the same thing.
I don't have the toothpaste issue as much as I end up with like the like white deodorant marks, right? From time to
I've
time.
never had that issue.
Oh, dude.
To be fair, I use roll-on, and roll-on doesn't tend to give me that issue, whereas
Mm,
spray does.
I don't use the spray. I it's not a roll. Whatever.
Yeah, it's like a ball.
No,
It's like
mine's
a
not.
ball.
No, it's a stick. It's like a glue stick for your armpits.
I mean, you can use them, but the ball ones are like nice and cheap.
Da Vinci says put a
They're
shirt
big
on
pens.
first, but then I worry that I'm gonna like stretch it out and or just run a line up the side. Anyways, I'm sweating a lot more than I used to, and I'm spending a lot more time outside working. Like this is pretty tan for me, all things considered. Like that's pretty tan. I've been spending a fair bit of time outside
That is
working.
not tan.
Shut up, Jacob.
That did not show up at all.
For me, it is. For me, it is. Uh, it took 8 minutes. People are saying we're already off topic. Um,
Oh.
but anyways, look,
It's going to be one of those episodes, guys. You know what you signed up for. It's the Neuro Spicy podcast with food. Enjoy
yeah,
it.
the meds are kicking in, or they're starting to kick in. So we'll get
Ooh.
there eventually. But I think a lot of us look at the consumer machines, right,
Yeah.
and say, well, they could probably work in commercial atmospheres. You know, like
See, that's the thing with consumer machines is they're very high value for what they do. And
oh yeah,
it's that whole argument of if you need a knife, any knife is better than no knife. And it's the same with like a pen or a pencil or just any tool you can imagine. Having a bad tool is better than no tool. And the cheapest tools tend to be the highest value because it gets you to the starting line.
Well, like
And it's the same with printers.
the amount of people that I see using, like what I would classify, like the Bambu A1, right? It's the perfect example of a consumer machine that is often used in the commercial environment.
Yep.
We are obviously seeing some issues with those machines. There's another pretty serious meltdown of one. We'll be covering that in Printfix Friday. I was tagged
Interesting.
4 times in a Facebook post about it. And yeah, the whole thing, like the hot end area melted and started to cave in on itself. So we're talking
that shouldn't be possible.
Exactly. But see, the A1, in all of its cool factor that it has, and one of like the key things that I love about the A1 is the quick change nozzle system. There's no electronics. There's no electronics.
It's just a conductive heat, isn't it?
Touches.
The heat is on a different plate.
It just touches. But what if it doesn't conduct very well? It conducts well enough that every now and then it thinks it hits temperature, but what if it's actually a lot higher? And so I think that's what this issue was. I'm hopefully going to be working with the user to get a little bit more information out of it.
That's really interesting. That shouldn't be possible.
Yeah.
That'll be an interesting video to explain.
Yeah, we'll talk about it more on Printfix Friday, and we're going to make our official announcement about basically spending as much money as it takes to get this thing figured out with experts and all of that. Real quick, we got Shane Christensen saying, does white issues on SLS printing extend into PA12? Well, PA12 is nylon. SLS is traditionally a nylon powder. So if you're talking like PA12 instead of PA6, yes, it's just the white material is the problems. Yeah. Like pure white.
It's not the material itself.
It's the color. Yeah, it's the
material.
color. And hilariously, it's why like when we do SLS or MJF and it's not white, I often just have it dyed black. Hilariously, I was showing a customer MJF parts earlier in the week, so I actually have some like reasonably handy. This is MJF, so this is the multi-jet fusion from HP, and this is exactly what you can expect from like a Form Labs machine or an HP machine in terms of color. It's like this weird off-white gray color, but when we're talking about like filament wise, nylon normally comes in like 3 colors. You get it in white, black, clear. And that's it. That's all you get. That's all you get. So does it extend to PA12? Yes. It'll even extend to FDM parts because nylon is porous. It has a tendency to pick up dirt, grime, grit as well. Howie DeWitt 3D, welcome to Members Only Discord. Thank you so much for joining the Discord. Shoot us an email to youtube@3dmusketeers.com. If I see it while we're streaming, I'll try to get you a link while we're streaming. Otherwise, as soon as the show is over, you can come hang out with us in the private Discord server at the $10 tier and higher. And of course, as always, these streams are brought to you ad-free, so if you do want to contribute to help keeping the streams ad-free, you can be awesome like Shane or Howie DeWitt 3D and either donate to the stream or join as a member.
It really does help out. So if you don't want to, at least leave a like. Make sure you leave a like.
Yeah. Like and subscribing doesn't cost you anything. Helps the show. That one's pretty good. So I think that a lot of people look at these cheaper machines, and like I do too, right? I'm surrounded by what, for the most part, we classify as consumer machines that were running in a commercial environment. But it's because of the way that we handle it. And I think that most of these consumer machines, and so the list of consumer machines that we have, and if you guys want to add machines, let us know, or add brands, because we can kind of add them to the list. We've got Bambu, other than the H2D Pro, or the H2D, honestly, period. Those are consumer machines. Anything Creality, anything Flash Forge, Prusa Mini, Prusa Core 1, Cheaty Q2, Elegoo, and most MSLA under $1,000, that ends up being the consumer grade machines,
Yep.
right? Those are your, and it literally encompasses all FDM, I would say, under $1,000, under 1,500, maybe even under $2,000, classified as consumer.
I would say £1,500, so it's probably like $1,800.
Yeah.
That's consumer. And you can actually see it. So if you actually take each printer, like go on Google, find 50 printers, doesn't matter what class they are, just find 50, and then you start mapping how big the print volume is to how much they cost, you get a value per unit size. And you actually get this lovely graph where you have very high value machines being at the start, and they are all consumer, and they're in this lovely vertical band. Anything else is one of the others.
Yeah, the blurring between consumer and commercial for the FDM market is heavy. And if you're willing,
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
I think there's
because
I
when you
think there's a lot of
graph it,
blurring.
when you graph it, you get 3 distinct lines.
Okay.
And they're separated. They're not even overlapping. So I'm going to try and do this so the camera doesn't like cut my fingers off. You've got your graph.
Yeah.
You end up plotting all your things around. You have this very sharp upwards one.
Okay.
And it goes in a cone because you've got a variance at certain edge. So you've got a cone going up. That's all consumer, like very high value for the size per price. You then get the other side, which is a very flat line going out. That's industrial, where per unit of volume, the machines are very expensive. And then you have, and this has only recently happened in the Gen 4 printer era, is this perfectly 45-degree line, which is where a lot of like the more expensive Bambu Lab sits. It's where the Prusa XL sits. It's where the Construct 1 sits, and the like PO Poly Magneto sits. They all sit in that nice middle line where you've got consumer, industrial, and then you kind of got commercial just sitting in the middle. And it's nice because there's no overlap of the lines.
I was going with the overlap of consumer to commercial. I think that there's a lot of overlap there where you can, with the right maintenance schedule, you can take a P1S and use it in a commercial atmosphere. I will heavily recommend that you don't, right? Because there's IP and things like that involved that are issues with Bambu in general. But you know, when you look at the vast majority of print farms right now, the big ones, they're Bambu because it works. And as Lawson Tech is saying, the big difference in, at least from the high-end commercial, low-end industrial, it's the service contracts. If you can buy a service contract with the machine, it's no longer a consumer machine, but it's also likely priced, so it's no longer a consumer machine as well. You know, so that's part of the deal too. It's not as straightforward as you would like to think. And at least for the consumer to commercial side, it's kind of like once you get above a certain price category, consumers don't, you know, run out to snatch it off shelves or buy it off Amazon, because it instead of becoming more of a impulse purchase, if you will, if it requires a little bit of extra thought as to why you would want this machine versus that machine versus this machine versus that machine, then it starts to become more of a commercial atmosphere, right? At least in my opinion.
Very much so. Very much so.
Similarly, the HT90 from Prusa, we have it in both commercial and industrial. So, because it fits.
It's interesting because it does fit into both. While it isn't a pure industrial machine in terms of its capabilities and throughput, it's also got the capabilities and throughput to do industrial grade production. And that's what makes it very interesting, because you can do heavy engineering polymers fairly quickly on a decently sized machine.
Well, and it's 10 grand. So being the fact that it's 10 grand means that for commercial purposes, you will be comparing it to other machines. But when you go
Mm.
into the industrial era, where you're not looking at like sub $5,000 machines anymore, all of a sudden the HT90 is cheap. When you compare the
Mm.
HT90 to like a 22 IDEX, it's, you know what,
What is it? Half the price?
2/3, I think. I think the 22 IDEX is like 15 or 16,000 US.
Yeah.
So, you know, why if you need an IDEX printer, then the 22 IDEX is a great option. But at like 15, 16 grand, are we in commercial still, or are we in industrial? And to me, 15,
No, we're in
16 grand,
industrial.
that's
Fif-
industrial. Yeah.
15, 16 grand is a wage. It's somebody's year wage. And if you're
Wait,
spending
really?
it's on the cheap side. It's on
15,
the very cheap side.
buddy, that's barely minimum wage in the United States, 15, 16,000.
So 16 grand is like a good part-time wage in the UK.
I'm apparently paying our UK staff too much.
Like 24 grand is like the minimum wage for full-time, 40 hours a week, I believe. Don't quote me on
My
this.
God, I'm paying them like 20
I
USD an hour.
I don't actually know what the minimum wage is, because whatever we would be paying is much higher than that. So I've not looked at minimum wage for a hot minute. So take this all with a grain of salt. But minimum wage in the UK is fairly low. Like compared to America, 25 grand is nothing in America. But in the
No.
UK, that's quite a standard minimum
Yeah,
wage.
a lot of people have rent
so
that is 25 grand a year.
yeah. So like when you consider your machines are the better part of a year's wage for someone, you're
Yeah.
not looking at commercial, this is industrial. You are buying a machine to save time or do a thing that is going to earn you return on investment.
So the community mentioned Soval. Soval we didn't put in that list. I put Soval in the consumer category, but there's this weird caveat with Soval. So Soval clones companies. That's what they do, right? The SV06 Ace is a Mark IV, right? And the Ace Plus is just the bigger Mark IV. They've got the SV08, SV08 Max, which is a 2.4, and then a bigger 2.4. The Soval machines, I think, are probably one of the better examples of a low-class category machine, like price point-wise, that can easily push into a commercial atmosphere, especially when we look at our, you know, a tentpole topic on this channel and on this show, adding index to it. So as soon as you look at putting index,
We are this many days from talking about index.
We really do need a little this many days without talking about index. It's gonna reset itself every week. Literally still has the hotkey ready. Let's go. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's gonna get clipped. But you know,
I'm never getting rid of that hotkey. We just talk about it way too much.
As soon as you like, and Vorons, I know so many people build Vorons for fun. I do not classify them under consumer. I don't.
No, they're not. They're the opposite of consumer.
I think they're
hobbyist
commercial.
is not consumer, and I should actually stand by. Hobbyist is not consumer. It's closer to commercial.
Ooh. So wait, so is hobbyist like that low end commercial level then?
No. If this is like a Venn diagram, hobbyist turns it into a 3D sphere. Because it is just somewhere else. It is not in the Venn diagram of whatever you're doing. It is just out there. Because the performance of like a Voron beats a lot of industrial machines. Just straight up, industrial machines, fuck, they're awful. That's why I got into the business, because they suck and they're awful. So you build your own.
Yep.
But you don't build your own for business. You build your own because you have a need. And industrial, they don't build anything themselves because they don't have the time to. Same with commercial. They want to buy something and it works. They don't make it. But with that being said, a Voron will, hands down, beat pretty much any printer that is put up against. Because it has. It's got the development behind it.
It's got the development, it's got the
machine.
community, it's got Because, see, the Voron is like the perfect example of open source
Mm,
being the god king of this industry.
yeah.
Because it,
I
it
mean,
is, it
Vorons even
is,
come
oh
with
my God.
service plans. Vorons come with service plans.
Do they?
It's you. It's
Oh,
you.
well,
Because you built
I
it,
mean,
you know how to service it. And because you know how to service it, and you're always tinkering because you built a Voron, you are always going to be doing an active service plan because you are in the mindset to actively service it.
that's fair. I do tend to service the Prussias that we built ourselves more than the ones that came factory assembled.
Exactly. Exactly.
But yeah, I'm upset that that makes more sense than I want it to. But I would say because of, and I think Duff puts it right. He said it's like a hot rod, right? So a I'm like trying to have a good car example here that will make sense to non-car people. Um, that doesn't force me to make any like Fast and Furious jokes, right? Oh, okay, yeah, perfect. Okay, so a Soval SV08, it's a Miata. It's a Miata, right?
Yeah.
It's well balanced, performs well. It's only got 140 horsepower, but you know what? It feels at least double that, especially when you put the top down and you're just
Yep.
carving through canyons. It's a lot of fun. Put an LSV8 inside of that Miata, and all of a sudden, you have a Voron, a machine that the minute you disrespect it, it will remind you who is actually in charge. That's the Voron. The Voron is the LS with an absolute hog ass cam on it that just
Yep.
at the light. Everyone's like, "Who the hell is that?" And it's this dude in the Miata who's going to dump the clutch at 4,000 RPM because they can. That to me is what a Voron is. It is the LS swapped
Pretty much.
Miata.
Like a Voron, if it was Voron doesn't do warning shots. Let's say that. Like they
No,
follow along with like the nuclear arm principle of France, where they send a nuke as a warning shot, not a we'll warn you before we nuke. That is a Voron. If it wants to tell you that it's in charge, you've already been reminded the hard way.
I want to be quoted on that. Voron is like an LS swapped Miata. Soval is a Miata. Voron is an LS swapped Miata.
Oh,
It is very dangerous and will harm you the minute you disrespect it. But damn it if it is not the most fun you'll ever have on four wheels. For the money. For the money, right? Go get a, $200,000 Porsche and you'll have a lot more fun. But price to performance, a Voron is really hard to beat
it
because
is.
there's just this amazing aftermarket where you can, instead of having printed parts, replace them all with CNC milled parts. And now you have a machine that, with the proper enclosure, can handle all temperatures without a single
Yep.
problem. So yeah, I think Duff says it right. It is literally a Voron is the hot rod of 3D printers, and depending on how you build it, right, is where it lands. I would even argue that like a fully CNC milled Voron, so like, obviously the extrusions are the extrusions, but
Yep.
no printed parts, and it's in a high temp chamber and all that, that might play an industrial.
Oh no, it will. Because industrial machines suck. And the moment you have a machine that doesn't suck and it does the same job, it's industrial.
Well,
Because you can beat that machine around and it will not care.
now I'm curious to see how many industrial Vorons are out there actually running in industrial environments. Because this is where industrial wins every single time. And it's why they're so expensive. One, because they can, but two, the certs. I'm going to go into a bit of a rant here because it still upsets me to this day, but I understand. Certs are what cost us over $40,000 in print jobs so far.
That's a
So
lot.
the local Air Force Base, MacDill, they have a whole program for basically replacing parts, right? They on older aircraft, you need to get them replaced, right? Very, very simple thing. And they have looked to additive to do this. We were in the final stages of getting approved to be the certified backup printer for MacDill Air Force Base. We had provided samples. They loved the samples. We, told them about the machines we have. They had no issues with it. Right at the end, they asked if we could certify their material, if we could certify the materials for performance.
That's almost impossible to do.
You can't. Now, when you're using a Stratasys machine, you can, because Stratasys guarantees it. And so you're not putting anything on the line. You're just using stock settings, stock material. Yep. And sure, that material is going to cost you $500+ a kilo for ABS, but it's going to come out with the full certifications that it needs to not require you to sign documentation. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to sign a company liability guarantee on the parts that we make, because I'm sorry, but a lot of these parts, if they were to fail, people could die, and that's not what we want in this industry. And so I said, it's too risky. I called our insurance provider. They said absolutely not. They would not only would they not support that, if they found out that we were certifying parts and the insurance was part of the collateral, they would drop us faster than a ton of bricks.
Oh, like honestly, material certification is one of those things that actually has to catch up.
It does.
There is no certified production standards for 3D printers. There isn't, because it's inherently impossible to certify.
What about the materials, man? Like, good Lord have mercy.
I
mean, literally, Polar Filament has shown, right? They had this low temp PETG that prints crazy fast. They have completely wiped that out. They are done with that material. I have personally had too many issues with it. And, Mitch and I said, nope, we're done. They now have a high temp PETG, which is a regular PETG. It is a PETG that most people are used to. That to me is like, it's still PETG. There's no difference in it. It's just the formulation of the PETG and the percentages of the P, the E, the T, and the G are different.
Yep. And even then, like, let's say Polar certify their material is going to guarantee a certain quality level. You still can't certify the part you make, because you've got the manufacturing and the processing.
Yep.
Like, you still have to process that filament in your printer. And that is an area that is unknown.
Yep.
Like, you do not know how it's going to react. You do not know if the geometry of the part is going to ruin it. You do not know if the moisture level in the air is going to ruin it. Like, there is no actual way to certify parts being made. The closest people have done so far is active CT scanning after every print, which is, frankly, untenable.
Yeah,
you should not CT scan every part coming off, because you're talking like F1 levels and like ISO 9100 level of insanity. Like, that's where you end up with aerospace parts being made, where everything has a serial number to the bolt and it's got a unique serial number on every bolt. Nobody's doing that. That's not going to happen. Actually, it might, but it's never going to happen.
Yeah, I was going to say, if, like you said, F1 level, they only need 2 or 3 parts, right? They need the one for the car, they need one for the backup car, and maybe one hot spare on a shelf, right? So that's fine. They don't care. But that's industrial, right? They'll do that because the money that they'll save by going with, let's say, an HT90, right, over a Stratasys Fortis, I don't care what Fortis it is, the amount of money they'll save right there would easily pay for CT scanning. Easily pay for it. And leave them with money in their pockets still. So they're the lines are a little blurry, and it comes down to like the level of effort you're willing to put into it. But like, we use cheaty plus fours in a commercial and industrial environment? Are they designed for industrial? Absolutely the frig not. Are they even designed for commercial? That's potentially pushing it. Those machines are, well, they have their known issues. Nozzles, tacoed bed, and nozzles. And the community's already provided solutions to one of those problems, and I'm waiting for the community to provide other solutions for the other problems. Luke?
Why was I half expecting you to just pull out Luke's name right then?
He's not, I don't even know if he's in here, but he'll listen to this, I figure.
Online. He's gonna listen to it.
He better. Now let's see.
Yeah, he
does
better,
Luke listen to
I'm
this?
talking to him. Luke has been tempting me with very, very dark things, and it has been getting very hard to say no to them.
I mean, Luke and getting hard are two things that go hand in hand. But yes, right? As soon as you start hot rodding a printer, it can kind of fit into whatever category that you want. You can take a Soval and replace all of its injection molded plastic parts with metal. Like, you can do it. And sure, that puts it into a commercial or industrial category, but like, why? Like, it's like, why would you do that? Oh, my hair is ridiculous today. It's like, why? At a certain point in a business, your time is the most valuable asset that you have. And I would argue that in any business, your time is the most valuable asset that you have. Why would you spend that time modding machines? Now, I say that, and yet I love building the Prussias. And I'm okay with that cost because to me...
But you're a hobbyist.
Well...
You're a hobbyist first.
I am a hobbyist.
I would argue
first.
you are so invested in the technology, you are always going to be a hobbyist before everything else.
Well,
whereas most businesses aren't at your level of enjoyment of this printer does this and I have this problem with this and we can fix it with this and do all of these sort of things, because they just want to have several machines, make some parts, earn some money.
There is a part of that, but like my kit core 1 is still sitting in the box. I haven't built it yet. I don't have the time. But the core 1 that came to me factory assembled, that's running. It's running right now. It's a great machine. I love it. But I don't have the time to do the kits. I like the kits because it helps me get into the mindset of the people that originally engineered it.
Yep.
Right? That, to me, is what's the most important thing. Because at some point, these machines are going to have problems. Now, it's funny because I'm the exact opposite with MSLA and SLA. So we used to run Form Labs. We used to run Form Labs Form 2s here in the shop. And we were running SLA, use the cartridge system. Wasn't a huge fan of the extra price, but I could charge more money for it, so it was what it was. As soon as Elegoo hit the game with the Mars, I bought a bunch of them. So I was between getting a SL1 from Prusa and 7 Elegoo Mars printers. So I bought 7 Elegoo Mars printers. Some of them still work. They're the RGB screens. So their layer times are like 14 seconds. Yeah. But what we ended up doing was saying, okay, we can just have 7 different materials. And if that material isn't one that sells a lot, then the machine just sits there. I don't care. It's a $200 machine. It pays for itself on its first freaking print job. Like, it doesn't matter, right? What matters more to me is reliability and not having to spend a ton of time changing out build plates or FEP sheets or things like that. So, like, when screens fail in our resin printers now, I just get rid of them.
Yep. They're not even worth the time to repair.
We have a kind of a thing set up with the local makerspace, Amrock Fab Lab, down in Tampa, where we provide them with our broken MSLA printers. We're almost certain that the screens break. Like, you can tell when the screens are broken, so we give them a new screen with it too. But if anything else is wrong, The deal is they send us the bill for the parts. We pay for all the parts. They do all the labor, and they get to keep the machine.
Ah.
And I think that's a very fair way to handle it, right? We're not giving them junk, but we're giving them something that, like, dude, replacing a screen on an MSLA printer is a pain in the butt. Hell, I don't even replace FEP sheets anymore. I just buy VATs. I buy
I buy a new
pre-stretched
vat every time.
VATs.
I have reels of FEP sheet,
Mm-hmm.
and honestly, I've yet to tear a FEP sheet, and
Done
I
it a
don't know
couple of
why I bought
times.
these reels because I I don't know if I'm just getting lucky, but I've had the same FEP on the same machines for about 3 years now, and it's still working just as good. And I
Like,
think I am just getting lucky.
I've got two Jupiters that haven't ran in a year. Haven't ran them in a year. We bought them for one project. That project paid out. Oh, it was over 10,000. I'll go with that. It was over 10,000, and I spent $2,000 on machines. Those machines owe me nothing. Those
Yep.
two machines did that entire project all on their own without any extra BS from me. Those machines owe me nothing. And so they can
I mean,
sit there.
MSLA printers is literally the definition of a consumer printer that can do industrial work.
Well, especially when you look at the materials that are available for them. You
Yeah.
know, the Mayor makes resins and all these other, like, high-end industrial grade resins. You can get a lot of value out of even cheap MSLA machines. It's not difficult. And so, like, even though we have classified most MSLA under 1,000 as a consumer machine, I think all of our current resin printers are under $1,000.
I mean, at the end of the day, what difference is there between an industrial MSLA and a consumer MSLA for the same size?
Certifications.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's just certifications, but
And
you can run the
software.
same materials. They've
Software.
got preheat and everything. Like nowadays, modern MSLA is so close to feature parity with industrial. I actively cannot recommend industrial MSLA anymore because it's not worth it. Like,
I agree.
now I'm probably going to piss off all four people who have bought a photocentric machine, but I've had an awful experience with photocentric MSLA printers. They are big, which is why we wanted them, very expensive because they're industrial, and they are really good, like supposedly good quality. The problem is when we started making parts, because they are just a light source based MSLA machine, the tolerances were actually really bad because they were only using a 4K screen over like a 22-inch
Oh yeah,
TV
no,
equivalent.
your pixel size is massive on that.
Yeah, the pixel size was like 100 micron. It was quite big. And we needed pretty high like tolerance accuracy parts. And we got our first batch of resin bits done. We got our second batch of resin bits done, and then our third. And this was on a photocentric Magna. And their resins aren't cheap
No.
either. They're quite thick resins. And coupled with the very high viscosity on the resin and the low pixel count of the screen, we actually had like a 99 to 98% failure rate. We basically, well, I have a box full of brand new parts unprocessed that I'm just not going to process
Yeah.
because the last like 100 of them were trash.
I mean, we've
And
been there before.
it sucks.
We've been there
And
before.
then you know what we did? We bought £100 Photon Mono 2. Not even like the new monos, just a Mono 2, and it got 100% quality every single time for years.
Yep.
And that's it. Our resin room now has just the cheap 200 to £400 resin printers because if you're running the same resin in a machine that uses the same process,
Who cares? As long
who
as it
cares?
will cure under that wavelength of light, who cares? It works
Yep.
perfectly fine.
Yep.
Mad Cat with the 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Boogaloo Man, Mr. R. Shoot, Projects and Dad's Garage, Nick, Chris Head, all got memberships because of Mad Cat. Thank you for your donation, good sir. And 145 people watching, 47 likes. Don't forget to like the stream as well. Doesn't cost you anything. Helps get that stream out to more people so that we keep doing shows like this and maybe can convince sponsors to sponsor the show. More sponsors,
Please.
I should say. It's like, what about the it's funny because like the to me the Prusa Core 1 fits into either commercial or consumer. And in fact, I think its price point pushes it more into commercial.
Yeah.
But you added this hobbyist level. And the hobbyist level is that modifier where I can grab something out of commercial and stick it into consumer. Because a hobbyist is able to play in both fields, whereas a consumer often won't. So like the XL and the Core 1, great examples. I know of consumers, people that just 3D print for fun, that own XLs. Why? They wanted the big build volume. Then they wanted the opportunity for multiple tool heads. Some started with 2, some started with 1, and then they upgraded to 2, or they upgraded to 5. That's what they did. And it worked out really well for them because it gave them the opportunities to mess around with the machine and pay less money up front, but still have all the fun in the long run. John S. saying hobbyist or enthusiast. Same.
They're the same.
I guess.
They are the same thing. Like,
for the purposes of this discussion, it's the same.
An enthusiast is just the higher ranks of hobbyist. Where they will buy something for the prestige of buying it, where a hobbyist is buying it for the prestige of they want to do it. It's almost like buying a brand new like 5090 RTX graphics card versus a 5080. A hobbyist will always try to get a 5080. An enthusiast will only try to get the 5090. It's that level of they buy the one that's just come out and it's this tile from this maker with all of that. They like that side of it. And I should know because that's me. I only buy Founders Edition cards from Nvidia because I think they look nice. I'm an enthusiast.
It's funny because like I am actively looking for a decent deal on a car, and my budget for a car is $3,000. So that's what a 5090 costs. You're roughly paying $3,000 for a 5090 these days. You can sometimes find Founders Editions for as low as 2. But like, do I want a graphics card or a car?
Very hard to say which one you want.
And Shergal, I miss EVGA. I guess that makes me an enthusiast. 1080 Ti for the Win 3 user. That is what is currently encoding the stream right now. And in fact, 1080 Ti for the Win 3s are in every single desktop at 3D Musketeers. And in fact, I even have a hot spare. So.
And this is why I have a 1080 Strix edition in mine to encode my video streams as well. So it's 1080s all across the board because they really screwed themselves up with that.
Oh, yeah.
Because those 1080s are so good.
They'll never make that mistake again. They'll never make that mistake again of making a card that was so good. But I don't know if you saw, the 5050 has finally beaten the 1080 Ti, but it required
it had to be overclocked.
Yeah, full liquid cooling and overclocked to beat a 1080 Ti.
Oh, it does make me quite happy.
An 8-year-old card. Yeah, I love them. Love them. But like so we also have the HT90 under commercial, and I think the HT90, which is a Prusa Pro machine, is on the upper end of commercial. I don't think that, like, I'm looking at an HT90 for 3D Musketeers as a business, but I'm also waiting to see the final price of the Construct 2, because if they are close enough in price points, then at least for me, the Construct 2 probably makes more sense. And it's simply just because of bigger machine, bigger, better money kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't
pretty much
like, I don't mind spending a little bit extra money on a Construct 2 versus an HT90 if I get a bigger build volume. Right.
That's the big thing. It's like what commercial dips its toes quite heavily in consumer, whereas these machines like the Construct 2 or the Prusa HT90, they dip their toes instead in the industrial side. They're in that borderline at the bottom, whereas consumer is at the top,
Yeah.
and it's very hard to determine which way you go. Very hard.
It's like Form Labs to me is not in consumer or enthusiast, right? They are simply too
Mm.
expensive. It's too much of a closed ecosystem for most consumers or enthusiasts. They sit primarily in commercial, and the Fuse 1 is on the top end of commercial, kind of low to middle end industrial, right? So the Fuse 1, for people that don't know, from Forum Labs, is a SLS machine. If you don't know what they look like, go watch our tour of Bondtech. We actually spent some time in their room with multiple Forum Labs Fuse 1s where Jacob had his first experience digging through a cake to get parts
Yes.
out, So the thing of powder that comes out of an SLS machine, it's called a cake. And so the cake is always a lie. And so you have to kind of dig through it. But unlike resin parts, you can dig through it with a pickaxe and you're generally just fine. You're not going to readily break these parts. So it's just easier to just dig through it really heavily. But even then I was like, dude, you gotta move away from resin and move into SLS. And
I have seen the light.
yeah,
I have now seen the light.
Well, you were hesitant because of the price difference, right?
Yeah, so like the big one to me was like the machines for resin are
They're
basically
so
free.
cheap.
Resin
so
printers are
cheap.
so cheap, I don't even consider the price. I just go, oh, this is the size I want with the resolution by. I literally do not look at the price anymore because by the time it's done one print batch, that price meant nothing because I've already spent more in the resin printing. It's insanely cheap. And the surface quality is
It's great.
it's injection molding grade. If it's good enough to be put in Games Workshop White Dwarf magazines and then people find out about it and get really annoyed at Games Workshop, then it's good enough for me. And an SLS does have a texture to it, so you do need to post-process it if you want to hide that texture. So
it does.
Make of that what you will.
Part of me doesn't mind the texture. I'm fine with that. And, I think if anything, it tends to show off what 3D printing can do better rather than trying to emulate a technology that isn't 3D printing. But that's just me.
Yeah, it's a weird one where up to now it was the aesthetic of it being injection molded is a good aesthetic to have, but now that powder-based printing is becoming more popular, people are actually starting to realize it is a superior type of production that is stronger.
It's not only a superior type of production, it's more affordable than filament, right? So I don't know if Form Labs powder is more affordable than filament, but in general, bulk nylon powder is cheaper than filament. And while your packing density can't be very high, like on average, your packing density should be like maybe 30% at the most on these, fuse machines. You don't want to run too high density of packing. It'll warp and you'll have problems. But like 80+% of that powder can be reused. You just have to add virgin material in it to top it off, basically, and mix it through. And Form Labs, as much as from a hobbyist perspective, I don't like the way that they've handled their business because they started as this is a machine for hobbyists. We're hobbyists that do hobby things. And now they're like, well, hobbyists are poor and we don't like them anymore. We're going to go ahead and work in the high-end commercial, low-end industrial. But when you realize you can get an entire Fuse 1 Plus setup, including sifter, depowdering station, everything, for 60 grand or so, buddy, that's great money.
It's good. Like, that is not too expensive to the point where you're not considering it.
But then you do what Bondtech does, where you have 4 or 5 machines for one depowdering station. Because unless time is that much of the essence for you, it's not that big of a deal. And if you kind of, align the machine so by the time you're done with one cake, the next machine is ready to pull the cake out of it, you can basically build a print farm with these relatively affordable Fuse One Pluses and really start to compete with the likes of EOS.
Yeah.
And EOS machines, the Formiga, I think is how they say it, the P110.
I can't pronounce them.
Yeah, the P110 is like $110,000. And I would argue that what, two Fuse Ones? Well, no, I mean that's just the machine. The depowdering stuff is all different for EOS. Call it 200 grand for an EOS setup.
Yep.
I think 200 grand
You
worth
can get a
of
lot from a Fuse One on that, and you get redundancy.
you get redundancy.
Like if a machine goes
Yep.
down, you don't end up with nothing. You still have machines at slightly lower capacity.
You do. And for companies like Bondtech, where they have so many different SKUs, and to be able to just throw a sample part in with production parts, it's super nice. You don't have support material. You can toss it. I've seen people use concrete mixers as tumbling stations. They dye all their parts black. Very simple, easy process with RIT dye to dye it black. And you can use a dimension, what the hell is it? Fume thing to smooth out the parts. But it's not really required. I think that once you dye the parts black, that covers a lot of the.
That's pretty much good enough.
It looks really pretty. It looks like a premium product.
Like
right?
the cleaning, if you do like a light bead blast on the cleaning and just dye it black,
Done.
that's good enough. Done.
And we showed you exactly how they do it at Bondtech. So it's not like we're sitting here talking out of our asses. We literally have seen how
We've
it's
seen
done.
it firsthand.
Yeah.
Actually firsthand. And I actually do agree. As much as my 300 and 200 pound resin printers are fantastic, and I will still die on that hill, they are fantastic and
They
they
are.
are good investments.
They're absolutely fantastic.
I can see why SLS is better.
Yeah.
And I am the first major purchase we're going to make in terms of buying in more than £50,000 worth of hardware equipment at any one point will be setting a room up just
Yeah.
for SLS.
I was gonna say that the hardest thing with SLS is that any powder-based material needs its own room, its own environment. It needs proper filtration. Basically, you set it up like a woodworking shop. You have
Yep.
air scrubbers. You can use a Corsi Rosenthal filter if you want to be cheap about it. A CR box filter. A Corsi Rosenthal. Google it if you want. They're simple. You could also use air scrubbers for like Vevor and Wen sell these mount on ceiling air scrubber units. They're basically CR boxes that cost $100. But you also want it to be under negative pressure in that room. So when you open the door, air rushes in, not out. Because if the powder gets out of the room, it covers everything. And if whatever it's near has any amount of static charge, you're gonna the powder's just instantly attracted to it because it's so light.
We've got a comment that we do need to talk about.
Yeah.
SLS powder will be way more toxic to the human body than resin. What's your opinion on that?
I've got some opinions as someone that has dealt with some sicknesses from powder-based 3D printers.
So I've also had experience with the resin printers, and my gut feeling from looking at the data tech sheets, I would rather be in a powder environment than a resin environment for one major reason. Resin fumes go through masks. You need a carbon filter in your mask. And I can promise you, your carbon filter, if you've bought it and you've used it once, is already out of date. It will not do the same level of scrubbing just because it has been in oxygen.
Yeah.
Whereas a powder printer, it's so much easier to be safe with. Like,
I think
while
so
it
too.
could get in your body, it's still not that bad. Like, nylon isn't that bad in the body. Now, do not inhale nylon.
Yeah, don't go do a line
that.
of nylon powder. Calm down there, Tony Montana. But
if you gave me a line of nylon powder or a jelly shot of printer resin, I'd take the nylon powder.
Taking the line every single day of the week.
I'm taking the line every day.
Like, I would argue that most of us still have like masks laying around from the days of the big war, if you will. The You know, the days where you needed to wear a mask to go out in public. And even a cotton mask, like the ones that we
Yep.
would sew, will be so much more effective. But if you're not wearing some sort of, you know, respirator, and I don't care if it's a dual canister, go a little crazy. Go get like an old World War II gas mask, you know,
Yep.
have a little fun with it. But if you're not, over time, it will build up in your lungs. I know this because I had this problem with our powder machines. We have CJP, that is full color sandstone. At one point, I was running 5 of them in a 1,000 square foot office. Not a very big office. That's a lot of powder. And according to 3D Systems, that powder is totally safe. You don't need to wear any PPE with
Mm.
it. And stupidly, I listened to it. And what ended up happening is I got what my doctor thought was smoker's lung. I had just like the buildup in my lungs that was very indicative of what a smoker would have. But I've never smoked anything in my life. So, yeah, it was an interesting recovery process. It was like a lung butter. You had bronchitis all the time, and I'm totally fine now. And when I've gotten chest X-rays and CTs and MRIs, there is no there's no damage. There's no lasting damage.
Mm.
But I would argue that, yeah, just be safe about it. If nothing else, put a couple of Corsi Rosenthal boxes up and be
Yep.
done. Andrew TSQ says, get a fume hood in your factory for the printer. That's what we ended up doing. When 3D Musketeers started and we had CJP machines, we have, I doubt it still works, maybe it does. It was in my shed, RIP shed, a pharmaceutical grade fume hood. So like its suction is measured at inches of mercury, or millimeters of mercury, excuse me.
Yeah,
And
inches of mercury is a very different thing.
oh, it could do 45 millimeters of mercury.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a bit of suck.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And used like 800 watts to do it. But it also had a full UV sterilization system in it, which was cool.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it was all stainless. You know, so it was 100% stainless. So like I know the metal is probably fine, but the electronics have also been out in the rain since the hurricane almost a year ago. So yeah. Anyways, that was that so we had that and then we piped it outside. So we just when we were running the machines and we were depowdering, turned it on, cranked it all the way up, and if you were within a few feet of it, you could feel the hair on your arms and on your head getting kind of pulled. If you had any like little string hairs, right? Like if you had a frizzy hair day, it would be like you're near something with a lot of static. You could feel it sucking the air out of the room. And getting out of that room, you had to push a door open. When the system was running, it would be you would have a harder force to 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 open the door because it was basically being pulled shut. It worked really well. It was a very, very good system, and I paid like $300 or $600 for that. Whatever it was well worth it. But now knowing what I know, I think a Corsi Rosenthal box would work fine. And that's just a box fan with a bunch of like MERV 8, MERV 9 filters on it. Super, super simple. Is like under $100 and does a phenomenal job of like dealing with allergens, dust, dirt, whatever. Great systems for that kind of thing.
Hmm.
But
No, that's fantastic.
yeah, a
Like what
powder.
we've done is we've literally just set up a negative pressure, like 2 horsepower,
Yeah.
like turbo motor.
Yeah.
So now bear in mind this is resin printer, so it's not powder. But it also comes down to the issues with resin is you can't. So I'm not buying carbon filter masks, I should say. I don't have the money to replace a carbon filter mask every week with the exposure rating of what we're doing. So one part of health and safety is the risk slash the danger and exposure. And you can have very high risk, very low exposure, and that's okay. So think of the Chernobyl elephant's foot. You
Yep.
can go up to it, very high risk, but you're not allowed to stay there very long. And you can do it the other way around. So
Like
this will be
Walmart
like your
shrimp.
resin printers. I do not understand. But I'm getting on a side tangent. How on earth do you get radioactive material in
It's
shrimp?
cesium 137.
Of all the well, cesium is also not a naturally formed
No, it's not.
anything,
No, it's not.
which means it's either been put there or somebody did nuclear testing
Yep.
on a shrimp farm.
You,
Only America.
you want to know how I think it happened?
Go on.
Shipping. I think it
Well,
was
they
in the
just
shipping.
shipped a nuke, and they were
No,
just like, oh,
they're shipped in containers, right? You would assume that they're shipped in
Am?
containers, right? Well, they're
Yeah.
not going to ship one container at a time. They're going to be moving tons of containers through ports. If there happens,
So they just so happen to replace a container with a toxic waste container. Like, oh, we'll just use this; it'll be fine.
if it happens to be near a system of toxic waste disposal that has some sort of a leak or a container that wasn't well insulated and had cesium in it, it's possible, but more than likely that feels like foul play to me. But I did want to take my Geiger counter out to Walmart and see if I could find some shrimp. But I did see a thing on Instagram that it would take the entire state of Texas 6 feet deep in these shrimp to equal a Chernobyl amount of radiation. But that's still
That's
an
not
interesting...
the point. No, that's not the point. The point is, even on very small quantities, because it's been ingested, it's in direct contact with the fleshy bits that keep you alive.
Yeah,
That's the danger.
and it's cesium. Cesium is a gamma emitter.
Is it? I thought it was a beta.
Could be a
emitter.
beta. Cesium's a very angry emitter. It once it's in it, once cesium can get inside of your body, you're gonna have a bad time. You're gonna have a really, really bad time.
It's a beta emitter.
It's a beta emitter?
It's,
Okay. Yeah.
That's even worse. That
Yeah.
is actually even worse.
So you all wanted food talk. You got your damn food talk. Leave a like on the stream.
There you go. Nuclear food. Let's go.
Yeah. But
Oh.
you know,
But no, as I was saying, like, so in
high
our
risk, low
resin section,
low exposure.
you can have high exposure, low risk. That is also acceptable. So you've got this lovely like two ways of doing it. Now, resin is
I'm so
really
sorry. I have to
hard.
stop you. Sousaphone, the entire state of Texas, 6 feet deep in shrimp. Americans will use anything but the metric system. I'm sorry. I just start over again, but that's way too good to not mention.
It's
That
so
is
true.
It's so funny.
I'm so used to you giving me random like measurements in random
The
units.
entire
It's
state of
just gone
Texas,
straight
6 feet
over me.
deep. The Americans will use anything to not use the metric system. I mean, honestly, if we didn't have the pinned message of Printed Solids filament giveaway, that would be my pinned message.
That becomes the pin message.
Gabe A+,
Ah.
Gabe Sousaphone, aka Dummy13, aka Lucky13 Toys. Check him out over on Printables. Super, super awesome, dude.
Also,
Sorry.
Chagall saying AUs aren't meters. I'm like, no, AUs are a standard unit of measurement in metric.
I use sieverts.
Astronomical units are a standard measurement unit. So it's still metric.
Stephen Collins says banana
Anyway.
for scale. That's funny because bananas are radioactive, and that's a good joke.
Everything is radioactive. Everything has a half-life, except lead. But no, anyway, so high risk, low exposure.
Yeah, just
high exposure, low risk. Those are two allowable things, and then you've got this nice little curve in the middle where you can choose which level of exposure you do. Now, I am not buying carbon filters.
no.
I just won't. Like, at the end of the day,
They are
carbon
cheaper
filters
now.
are expensive.
They are cheaper
Yeah,
now
they're cheaper now
for growing
but-
vegetables.
vegetables.
Yeah, because your tomatoes need
Definitely
carbon
your-
filters.
Your healthy greens,
Yeah.
so to say.
Yeah.
But even then, like, to do it to a level of safety that you want, you have to replace those filters weekly, and that is a cost that adds up a lot faster than keeping your exposure relatively low. So as long as you can go and do your thing, come out, and preferably hold your breath the entire time, your exposure is basically zero. Now, what we've done is we've set an entire room up with an extraction fan that is 2 horsepower, and it sucks everything in. I have no idea what the pressure is. It is way too much because the door slams closed. And then that allows you to vent the air 30 seconds before you go in. It's all you need to completely cycle the air out. Go in while you leave it on. You can do all your work. You don't need to wear a mask, and you can get out and you're done. Your exposure is low. Your risk is moderate, but the
Resin
exposure stays low.
resin is it's a physical irritant, right? And realistically, unless you get it on your skin, you are more likely to have aerosolized exposure during washing and curing than you are during the printing process. So like
Yep.
if you wash an alcohol or denatured alcohol like ethanol, you have a much higher exposure risk there than you do with the machines themselves.
Yep.
Right? It's like we use elbow length chemical handling gloves to handle the resin. We wear lab coats because in the event of a splash, I don't want to ruin a good shirt. Use lab coat. Makes you look cool too. And when I first started, I used a full face shield. Now I just use safety glasses and I keep my damn mouth shut. And I don't think I've had resin on my skin in a few years. It's been quite a few years since I've had even a drop on my skin. And it will happen, right? But it's a contact allergen, right? So you have to get it on you or in you to be a problem. If you're able to mitigate those risks, resin is not that bad. Nylon is inert. Your issue is like similar to glass with silicosis. Your issue is that we don't have a lot of long-term testing regarding exposure to finely powderized polymers. Plastics being one of them. Like we are aware of microplastics being a problem. SLS printers are just microplastics. That's what they're doing.
They are the definition of microplastics.
Exactly. And so if you're able to use an N95, you're fine. And when you're done in the room, take it, blow it out. You're fine. This isn't like we're not trying to stop TB over here. We're not stopping tuberculosis. We're dealing with finely aerosolized particles in the air. A decent exhaust system will handle it. But any powder-based system needs this. And the other thing to note is that anything that can get in the air is dangerous. It is an explosion. Explosion? Yeah. It is an explosion hazard. The same way that the most dangerous job at a farm is actually dealing with the flour, because a flour fire is a huge issue. It once you get enough.
Is it an explosion?
Oh yeah.
Or is it a conflagration?
Okay, it's technically a conflagration, but most people would consider it an. Look, if you've ever seen a flour fire, or something like that, you would think that it's an explosion. Okay, like that. It's bad. Don't do that. I mean, literally, the Mythbusters did an entire thing on this with wood chips. And yeah, it's nasty. Okay, OSHA apparently calls it a combustible dust explosion. Conflagration's cooler, but no one really knows what that means.
Now I need to know what's the difference between conflagration and deflagration.
Couple of letters.
Conflagration versus deflagration. Let's go.
But let's look at companies like. I mean, I'm gonna use Construct 3D because they're a sponsor of this podcast.
Okay, conflagration is the spreading of fire. Can be done within different areas. Deflagration is the rapid subsonic combustion of a substance. So it will be a deflagration. There you go. The more you learn.
Mad Cat, military training. You pick up knowledge you wish you didn't have, like how to destroy a building with the dust that is naturally inside. Yeah. Okay, on my notes of staff not to piss off, we're going to go ahead and add Mad Cat to that list. And please, let's not put recipes for the Anarchist Cookbook in the chat. You will be put in timeout.
Put that in the chat. They can Google it on their own.
Yeah. Just don't be stupid. You'll be put in timeout. Construct 1 and Construct 2, right? I think it's kind of obvious to the vast majority of people that Construct 3D printers are not consumer-based printers. One, no, they're too expensive. Two, they're too expensive. Three, they're not produced in high enough quantities to be a consumer grade machine.
Nope.
If you
They
guys
are
went
not
into
a
mass production,
instant purchase.
in mass production, I bet you could get your price low enough, but I would argue that it's not necessary. That the average consumer is not your customer. You would prefer to work with a business, because a business like Beaver Rail, they're going to buy multiple machines, and you now have one contact for multiple machines versus one contact for every machine.
Yep.
And it makes life a little bit easier, I would think. But
Yep.
C2,
Like the slowest level of C1, if you want to like push it into consumer, it isn't even consumer, it's designer, where it is almost a luxury item. You buy it
it
because of the
absolutely
looks,
is. It absolutely is a luxury
and
item.
that's it. That is literally it. The Construct one was never supposed to be a consumer machine, specifically because we aren't doing mass manufacture. We are in manufacturing, but just like designer like furniture, the Construct one was supposed to be a very good printer whilst also being very aesthetically pleasing and mix those two worlds together because they worked very nicely to each other. It's like a designer car, really, when you get your Morgan lovely like wooden bodied car and you get just the right like I really want a Morgan.
But
If
then
you couldn't
there's
tell. But
C2.
it's a designer side.
C2 is high-end commercial, low-end industrial, or mid-range industrial, really. Because C2 is going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the likes of Stratasys, with the likes of Raise 3D, with the likes of Markforged, the likes of the 22 IDEX, with the likes of the HT90, right? That machine is poised at a, let's go with the business term of a higher value client who wants a higher value machine. Right? And so C2 is going to be under 20,000. We're actually not certain where the price point's going to land, but it will be under 20,000. And
it's guaranteed to be under 20. We are still waiting for data analysis to give the exact price point.
Yeah, and for a machine under 20 grand, it's odd. There are these weird price chasms with 3D printers. So like between 3 grand and 5 grand, there's the Prusa XL.
Us.
Oh, well, is C1 above 3?
C1 XL.
Okay, C1 XL. Okay. C1 XL is above 3.
Which is definitely not awkward when everyone goes the XL and the XL, because the XL is bigger than the XL, but the XL is made by a different company that makes the XL. And then the XL has orange on it, but so do we, because a brown is also a type of orange. So this XL is actually quite similar to this XL in a lot of different XL ways.
In the defense of Prusa, their name was out there before yours was. You could have done something different.
Yeah, but we didn't. We didn't need to.
Nonetheless,
in my defense, I didn't change the name to XL because the Construct 1 was supposed to be the XL in the first place. And we had the C1 as the Construct 1 Mini. Because it was supposed to be the other way around. The big machine was the default.
I like the Mini.
The small machine was
I
like the Mini, but we had a business consultant and the mother. Both of them didn't like the word Mini because it made it feel small. And I just thought it made it feel cute. Because it is cute. And I really like it.
And that's the difference between the market positioning. You are a hobbyist and enthusiast who doesn't mind the name Mini, but someone who's going to be paying a few $1,000s for something doesn't like the name Mini. So from a business perspective, I totally agree. From a hobbyist perspective, I don't give a damn what it's called. Right? But C2 is a machine with a, fully heated chamber. We learned we know that the flow rate is above 69.42 cubic millimeters per second on the C2. So we know it's a fast machine, right? We know it's got that chamber heater. We know it's really big, like physically large. And that puts it squarely up against like a Stratasys 450 MC.
Oh, yeah. Like to the point where we've been blacklisted from any Stratasys event with a quote from I believe their head marketing person saying we aren't allowed to show up at anywhere near a Stratasys event because we are direct competition with them. And if you want anything to say, that means you're doing a good job. Is Stratus have said you are direct competition to their machines that cost 100 times more than you.
Stratasys is still playing the game of they have the certs, so people will buy them. Right? We
For
lost that
now.
job with McDill because we didn't have a Stratasys machine that could be certified. Which sucks, but it's life, that's business, that's part of the deal.
Yep.
Um, you know, I personally, I look at C2 and say I would much take a C2 over a Mark Forged, even though I can get continuous fiber out of a Mark Forged.
Hmm.
I think that we could work around the issue of not having continuous fiber to get a machine that is just a better machine overall.
Because one of the benefits of not going to certain machines like a Mark Forged is you're not locked into a very closed ecosystem.
Well,
And it means you can print like PPS or PPA or PPSU, which kind of bridge that gap between the continuous carbon fiber and just it's a regular material.
that's fair, but now with the Fiberon materials coming out of Polymaker, Bambu machines, Prusa machines, there's quite a few machines out there that can easily print PPS now. GD machines can do it. So where do we
Marcel in the chat just saying, imagine if Prusa comes out with the next Core 1 called the Core 2. I think I'll just shoot myself at that point. Like, we've already lost the title. We did C1 first, which is now the Prusa Core 1. And if they come out with the Core 2 and it's called C2, oh.
you that means you better get to market before Prusa does. And I mean, let's be real, it takes Prusa a very long time to get to market with products, so you're fine.
Hey, we did Construct 1 before the Core 1, and now people only reference C1 as Core 1. But that's because of market share.
That is because of market share. So what about these odd companies like Lulzbot?
I have no idea what to think about Lulzbot anymore. Like, when I got into this, I already thought Lulzbot should have died 100 times over because their equipment was not that good compared to the competition. And then they did die. They went under and they got sold, I believe.
Yep.
And they've kind of been coming back, but honestly, I have no idea what's going on with Lulzbot because they haven't really done anything. And the market has moved forward so much faster than they could do anything. And it's a shame because Lulzbot have a really good aesthetic. Like, I liked Lulzbot as a machine. I just wish they updated their stuff.
It's like,
and they didn't.
Ultimaker's the same way. Lulzbot and Ultimaker, to me, education. That's the entire market that they exist in. I don't think they exist very far outside of that market. You know, like, I was one of the...
say it now. I'm going to say it now. I don't think they do a good job in education either.
Well, so the thing with education is that you have to be in these systems where schools can buy from you. Lulzbot is there.
There's a lot of hoops to get into those systems.
It is a huge challenge. MakerBot is in there. Ultimaker is in there. Lulzbot is in there. Right? Prusa, sometimes, but it's not. It is not the most effective system to get into because there's a lot of hoops to jump through.
Yep.
That's where I think
also, a lot of
Lulzbot
these
is
school
still
systems. These school systems also don't like good deals because they normally get punished for underspends.
Yeah, they have budgets.
They have to spend a budget. So if you can see like, oh, I can get one Prusa Core 1 and then I can get some filament maybe, or I can get one Lulzbot machine and nothing else, they're going to go with the Lulzbot because it uses 100% of the budget. And that is, in my opinion, the only thing that really pulls them along is they found a really good price point for their equipment that allows school budgets to buy them.
I like Lulzbot
because they ain't winning against
like
Prusa. I can tell you that.
I mean, I can. Oh no, antenna's in the way. Like, I can grab a Lulzbot tool head out of a drawer, but I've got an antenna in the way. I had a Lulzbot TAS6. I mean, I still have it. I need to get rid of it because we don't use it much anymore. But I have a TAS6. I bought that. I was a day one order of a TAS6. Day one. And that
really?
TAS, oh yeah, loved it. Because back when the Taz 6 came out, there
It
wasn't a
was a
lot
good
of.
machine when
It
it
was a
came out.
great machine, and there wasn't a lot of options out there. You did not have a lot of choices when it came to machines in a, let's go with sub $3,000 price class,
Mm.
that weren't made of like wood, right? You barely had Prusa with the Mark II, and
Yep.
looking at the Mark II back then, I wasn't impressed by it because
Yeah.
you like had all of these um threaded rods with nuts to build the x-axis, and I looked at that and said there's too many ways for that to go wrong for me as a business. So it makes more sense for me to look at a machine that comes mostly
Mm.
assembled, which we went, and that's why we went with Lulzbot. Now, I still run the Prusas all the time. We don't run the Lulzbot. In fact, the only reason I've ever ran the Lulzbot recently was because I had we were doing some donation stuff, and I'm like,
Mm.
oh, donation stuff, I'll just run the random 3mm stuff I have laying around, and ran the machine. But that machine is so loud. When we used to have it in here, I couldn't run it when we would be filming because people would ask who was abusing a dog in the background, because it's such a
My
loud
very
machine.
first 3D print that I ever had
Mm-hmm.
was from a Lulzbot. That's what really gave me the itch to start getting into printing, was seeing a Lulzbot.
Oh God, what was my first printer? I want to say it was a Mendel 90. Let me see when the
Let's go
Mendel
back a
90
little
came out.
bit. I know my first official printer was the one that I got for my birthday, Christmas combined, which was a Flashforge Creator Pro 2. A lovely piece of trash that I actually kind of like. And I've still got it because I'm not getting rid of my first machine. Nobody should get rid of their first machine. It's historic for you, like those boxes you keep all your graphics cards in that you put in the shelf and you never get rid of. They mean nothing. You should get rid of them. I'm calling you out. Get rid of those boxes. You're not using them again.
So
Do
the
it.
Mendel 90 was 12 years ago. So no, I was printing before that. So I honestly don't remember. I mean, that's how long ago it was. I
Mm.
built my first 3D printer in like 2008, 2009, somewhere like late 2008. It's like, yeah. I think my first off the hilarious, my first printer, like legit printer, was a Z Corp Z650. They're like $70,000. One that I didn't build, one that I bought, was
Mm.
a Z Corp. Um, then it was the Wanhao Duplicator i3. Decent machine for its time.
It was. It
Decent
really
machine for
was.
its time. Yeah, but
Mm.
nothing back then. Like Stratus has owned the market, but there was no competition. Now that we're kind of in this renaissance era of 3D printing, which again is thanks to Bambu. Bambu is the
It is.
reason that we are in this renaissance era of 3D printing. And
If
if
anyone denies it, they're wrong.
they're wrong.
They're just wrong.
Yeah, this industry was coasting for the three
I
or
mean,
4 years prior
that's
to.
literally why I got into it.
Yeah.
Was I saw the trajectory of all of the other machines. I bought, like, the last machine I bought with my money was a Prusa Mark III. And I sat back and I went, why the bloody hell did I just buy a Prusa Mark III that is acting the same as a Ender 3 in terms of print performance and
Yep.
quality? If you know how to baby an Ender 3, you got very similar results. And I sat back going like, okay, my Prusa Mark III, the Ultimaker 2 Plus, which I was using, then I had Ender 3, I had an Ender 4, I had an Ender 5, I had a couple other machines. And I just sat back going like, these are all the same machine. These are actually all the same machine. Why hasn't anyone just looked at how they make things from other companies and gone, oh, we'll take that from that and we'll put it in there? Because they didn't. And that's where the original concept for Construct One came from, was let's just build the best printer of the Gen 3 printer era. Like, that was it. No other changes. And that's what we're selling today, is the best printer built from the mindset of a Prusa Mark III like ecosystem. obviously with firmware updates, because that was the difference between Mark IIIs and Mark IVs for printer design was software, but the hardware hasn't changed at all.
Well, I
And it was
mean,
until Bambu Lab came along and they went, "Hey, look what we can do for less.
well,
Look what we can do with our design."
Mark IV went from 8-bit to 32-bit, but
They
arguably
didn't do much.
arguably we should have been at 32-bit a lot sooner. So I would have loved to be a content creator years before Bambu and talked and be able to like go out to Prague and talk with Prussia and like understand everything about Prussia prior to Bambu, then go out after Bambu, which I've been out after Bambu now, and see how that compares. Like, was
Mm,
Prussia just coasting on the Mark III? Because it felt like they were. You know, we had the Mark III, the Mark III, the Mark IIIS, the S Plus.
yep.
And, you know, okay, there were slight improvements, but these were like
Hell,
incremental
even the
improvements.
Prusa Mini was more of just a different form factor of the same. There wasn't a.
You know, it's funny. I love the minis. They're the
I
cutest
think
little
they're
things you
cute.
ever did
They're
see.
so cute.
And like you put a handle on the side of them, they make great little printers that you can bring to a show and set up. They know how to bed leveling means I
I
gotta
am a
deal with
micro printer
BS.
enthusiast. I love micro printers.
I do have
But
this
you
is
have to admit, there was no innovation behind it. It
and
was just, here's a small printer.
I'm gonna get flamed for this, but I'm gonna say
Oh,
it.
go on.
I still have two minis in the boxes. You wanna know how old they are?
Go on.
They're like 4 years old.
Oh,
They've been sitting in the box.
actually, to
Because
be fair, you take a mini and you just put a new motherboard in so it gets an input shaper. I bet you that's a good printer
Mini
again.
has input shaper.
The mini has input shaper?
Yeah. Oh,
I thought.
sorry. It can do input shaping, but it doesn't calculate its own. Right? It's the same way that the other Prusa machines do.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's okay then.
Yeah.
Because that was really the big difference
It's
between a
still
Mark III and a
fast.
Mark IV was the input shaper.
Well, yeah, it has input shaper, but it doesn't have accelerometer. It's still fast. I like them. But like every time that I'm like, "Oh, let's build the mini." Why? So maybe we'll do giveaways with them. I don't know. I've had them so long. Maybe we'll just give them away. Like do a local only giveaway or something. I
Well,
don't
it's
know.
just like your the Mark IV that you've still got in a box. It's not a Mark IV in a box. It's just
I
you
don't have
don't
a
have a
mark.
Mark IV in a box.
Oh, a Core 1.
Oh, you've got a Core 1 in a box. Okay, let me rephrase that. It's like the Core 1 you've got in a box. It's doing the Stratasys mentality of buy two machines, and then one is a spare donor for the other. Your box printer isn't a brand new machine, it's a spares machine. There you go. It's for
But
donating parts
but
to
it's a
the other one.
Prusa. I don't need that because I can just buy all the parts that I need or
Ah.
print them.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't work when you realize other companies aren't as bad as Stratasys and they actually support their printers.
Yeah, and you know, I've been waffling with the XL about its cooling fan recently. Like it's funny because it's not that big of a deal, but like it's kind of upsetting. And I saw a thread on Reddit recently of like different cooling mods people have tried by using the
Mm,
stock fan, like different shrouds.
yep.
And they all are like, yeah, you know, this one gives you more even cooling, but it's less cooling overall because that fan has the amount of static pressure as a mouse fart, right? So that it's such a challenge. And then I look at Ben from In Phase Industries or IPIND 3D, who does the Mastodon mod, which is a whole new fan, but it requires modification to the frame of the printer. Very slight modification, but it
Ooh,
requires a modification. I'm like, oh, I don't know if I want to do that.
do it.
Well,
Good cooling goes a long way.
so here's my
It
thought
honestly does.
process. With Index on the way, why? Hits the button. Hits the button. But like with Index on the way, why? The XL works, and I've learned to work around its quirks.
Hmm.
So instead of having to relearn the quirks of the machine, let's just move on, use it for what it's good for, which it's got quite a few big positives, with one of the major negatives being the cooling. I've learned to work around it. So why should I have to worry? Say, you know what?
That's actually a good mindset.
Let's move on to the index. But I'm realizing that I have to really be moving toward our shop expansion by the time we have index coming out, because otherwise I won't simply have room for it. I am out of room in this room.
But what are you going to do when you get the Construct 2 and then the Construct 2i, or whatever we're going to call the index version, and then you're going to get a Construct 1 XL index version, and then...
You know,
and then the Construct 3, which is going to be bigger and better in every way.
The expansion of the shop will almost double the square footage that we have. So on that side, there should be a lot of extra room and space for other machines, but I am debating on how much of it I want to have shelves like these and how much of it I just kind of want to leave open to interpretation, right? You know, have an area for working and that kind of stuff. I don't know. This is all still very new, right? Like this, it's funny because like I've been planning the shop expansion for years. It's now just all of a sudden become a necessity because my shed is gone. And we were just going to pour a pad in the shed, man. We were going to move the shed or have to pour the pad around the well because the well was inside where the shed was.
You know what you should do?
That was going to be my shop.
Do you have a VR headset? Do you have a VR headset?
No.
Do you know anyone that does?
I think Amber has a Quest 2.
Even better, because a Quest 2 is inside-out tracking. I can show you how to do it, because I did it for myself. I can set up basically a virtual world, the size of your shipping container, shed, whatever, and you can move units around on the inside. They're not going to look very high quality. But yeah, but there's a difference between doing it in CAD and actually seeing it. So you can go there and go like, actually move that there. And you get the entire unit and you see all of that.
Containers are not that big of a deal.
I did that for my kitchen. I literally did that for my kitchen where I had Mum in VR. I had a CAD drawing of the kitchen that I wanted. And then I put Mum in VR, and then she said what she wanted, and I proved to her by if I put this unit here, like she wanted, it would be in the way of the sight line from different areas. And she was like, oh my God, you're right. I wouldn't have got it otherwise.
That I understand because, like, once you put the stove where you put the stove, moving it is pretty tough. Fair. These are all shelving units. I can move them. It's not that big of a deal. For me, it's what container do I look at, right? So most shipping containers only have doors on one side. I'm thinking I want a blow-through container, but then there's the option of having containers with doors on the sides, but doors on the sides mean that I have to be careful about, like, mounting rep racks and things like that. So I'm like, okay, I think a blow-through makes the most sense. That gives me, you know, 2 potential ways to get in and out of the container. You know, and if I don't use one of them, who cares? It's no big deal. It's still an option. And we'll talk more about it in the Patreon Discord hangout after the show. So if you do want to come hang out with Jacob and myself in a live chat, we do a live hangout after the show in the Discord at the $10 tier and higher on Patreon, PayPal, YouTube channel members. Links are down below. But, you know, interesting to me is not so much the blending of the consumer to commercial, it's the commercial to industrial. There's not a lot of machines that I can squarely place in commercial that don't fit industrial. Cheaty is one of them. Cheaty wants to be a hobbyist machine. They're more of an enthusiast commercial machine, but because they have so, like, as we saw last week with Team 7, Cheaties are like 80%. They just ship it, right? We're behind on schedule. F it, ship it, right? And because they're not so well refined, we run into these problems of like, they could be. A 65C chamber could easily play in the industrial market. Easily.
Oh, easily.
But things like
Like, the important thing to mention to anyone is industrial, consumer, commercial, they aren't categories of machine, they're categories of capability.
correct. Yeah, they're very
And
much
that is the
categories of
important
capability.
difference. You
Yeah.
can have a machine designed for consumers that hits industrial output because the capabilities are the
Like
same.
the H2D.
Hence the A1s. The A1s are used in print farms. That's an industrial application
The,
because that application was how fast can they print PLA?
the
So it works.
H2D Pro is like the best example to me of a machine that, well, maybe not the Pro. The H2D is consumer commercial. The H2D Pro is industrial. You pay an extra
Yep,
$1,000 or so to turn off Wi-Fi. That's
pretty much.
that's it.
That's it. That's all I really got from
That's
that
all you get.
was it's a
Yep.
networking
And
upgrade.
there you go, the value of your data. And it comes with a tungsten nozzle. Now you can get those for the regular H2D. F off. But, it's the value of your data. I'm sorry to tell you, but when you buy a Bambu printer, you're giving up your data. I'm sorry. This is part of the deal. And if you're like, no, you don't, shut up, you're wrong. Simple as that. I'm getting into my mood because in 2 weeks is 4 years of Print Fix Friday.
Ah, okay.
So we're going to do a Grant Reads Mean Comments Print Fix Friday, which won't actually be a Print Fix Friday. We're going to call it a Print Fix Friday, but it's just going to be me reading all the nasty comments that we've gotten over the years that we've been keeping up.
That's going to be fun.
I want to do something like a little more special too. So I don't know what we're going to do yet. Like part of me like wants to have you read the mean ones for you. But I don't know, man. I haven't. I should probably be filming it this week.
Yeah, but there's only going to be like 6 for me.
It's fair. I should
For
more
some
so
reason,
react
YouTube's
to everybody.
really wholesome when I'm there.
Yeah, I should more react to people calling you adorable and cute and your hair looks good versus them calling me a penguin. But
Oh,
yeah, I think that Bambu is really kind of pushing into that industrial market. And for those that don't know, they're end of lifing the X1 Carbon. Don't believe me? You'll see. It's going to stop being on sale. And that's why they're currently placing them so low on sale. Mark my words, X1 Carbon is being end of lifed in the next month. So
yeah, I see that. I do see that.
And it's going to be replaced with the H2S. So I'm assuming the H2S is going to be 1,000 to 1,500.
I'd say $100 more. Like
1,000 to
$100 to $150 more. Yeah.
So I would say like the 1,250 to 1,300 is going to be like my thing for it. And it looks like a good machine, but unless it can get cracked, I can't take that risk.
You can't do industrial work on it when your data isn't.
No, yeah, I can't. And sure, you can, sneaker net it and all of that, but then you have to physically destroy the machine. You can't sell it. You can't recoup your money in any way. You have to fully amortize out that machine and you'll never be able to make money off of it. It's like my big Fusion 3 F410, you can kind of see like the corner of it right there. It's a $5,000 machine. I'd sell it $1,000 or less locally. $1,000 or less if you want a machine that's made in America, 90 pounds, all that fun stuff. It's got a duet. I don't care. It doesn't log anything. I don't have to worry about it. So there's nothing that I have to worry about with that machine. I can sell it and recoup some of my expenses. With machines like the Bambu,
you can't.
You really can't.
You just can't.
Yeah. So it's just something to point out there. I think the H2S will do phenomenally well, the same way the X1 Carbon did.
It's the big Bambu Lab printer we were looking for.
It was the one everybody wanted.
Yep.
This is what people wanted instead of the
surprised they
H2D.
launched it in that way instead of that way, because I would have launched that one first and then gone
This
bigger.
is what Bambu does. They launch their high-end machine, the H2D, then they start dropping the price ladder down.
That is true.
Right. People who bought the H2D, or people that bought an H2S who wanted an H2D would be pissed. It's obvious
Yeah.
they were going to come out with a single nozzle H2D, right? Obvious. And we've known about it for a long time. So if you didn't need it, you didn't buy it. Right? So, yeah. Of course, in the US, it's all tariffs issues anyways, so we'll see.
Pretty much.
But,
Uh,
we look at, on the industrial side, right? Stratasys, 3D Systems, EOS, Mark Forged. Formlabs, I would like to see something more in the industrial world from them. I want a bigger
yeah,
Fuse
like,
1. I
the
want a
big
bigger
problem with the
Fuse 1.
industrial world's just stagnant. So while the consumer world and the commercial world have been in quite heavy, like, uproar because of Bambu Lab, industrial hasn't had the shot across the bow at all. They've been sitting very comfortably without
I mean, geez,
needing to
I
change.
think the last big FDM printer out of Stratasys was the F3300, their tool changer.
Yeah, and that was it. And don't get me wrong, it's a good machine for what it is. It's big, it's a tool changer. It's something we've seen before with the Prusa XL, but on a Stratasys machine.
Yep.
It's not faster inherently. It's not doing something in like exceptionally new. They just went, oh, let's put a Prusa XL in a Stratasys body, and that's what they did. And that's it. I don't actually know of any other big machines that have done anything in
Yep.
the industrial market.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't either.
Like,
I mean, you've seen
that's it.
you've seen some Polyjet with like the J50, Mamaki on Polyjet, but part of me says that when we look at innovations in the industrial world, it's all in metals.
Yeah.
Because the industrial world, they're rapidly moving away from filament machines into powder-based machines because
Yep.
of the opportunities that powder-based machines provide. And while, yes, for powdered metals, you need to use, you have to use support material. And yes, there are in some cases where certain Velo machines and EOS machines can use very minimal support. You have to still use support material. And how do you get rid of that? You have to grind it off because it's metal. But when we look at every single modern rocket, every single modern rocket has a 3D printed engine on it that tells me where this industry for industrial 3D printing is moving. It is moving into powders. And companies that have powdered plastics that don't have powdered metals, keep an eye on them because powdered metals are likely on the way. It is not much more difficult to go powdered metals out of powdered plastics. Now, there are some concerns like insulation. If your recoder contacts the part, it's now a much more expensive sound. Your build plates have to be strong enough to deal with the warping factors. There are a lot of kind of key things you have to deal with metals. But if you can get a good SLS machine, getting a good DMLS machine or LPBF machine is much, much easier than starting from metals from the beginning.
Pretty much. Like, there's no real reason to stay in the polymer space when, in reality, dare I say it, most of the parts that are getting built can be done on cheaper machines. Like, there's no reason to buy $100,000 industrial FDM machine unless you are only printing in Peak, Pack, and Alton.
Yeah.
If you are printing what literally, I went to an F1 company and I saw what machines they had, and they had the big Stratasys machines. They had the tool changers. They had like 8 Stratasys machines, and they literally told me like, "Hey, yeah, the running costs just to keep these machines hot are like £800 a day."
I don't
It's
think it's
just to
that.
keep the
Well,
machine hot.
not each machine, but
No, for the entire factory
yeah,
floor was £800 a day in electricity just to keep them hot.
that wouldn't
And
surprise
I
me.
look in what they're printing. They're printing PET-G. They're not printing anything like spectacular. And that's when I just was like looking at them kind of inquisitively going like, why? Why buy ridiculously expensive machines when any other brand can do the same for the same quality, if not faster and cheaper and higher quality and more repeatable. And that's the problem, is there isn't really much innovation on the FDM side, whereas there's a lot of innovation available on the metal powder.
It's like, I am waiting for Prusa, because like it is no secret that Prusa has the Prusa Pro line with the HT90 and the SLX. That's their Prusa Pro resin printer. The next step for Prusa is powders. There's a lot of Prusa that I have never seen. Specifically, the entirety of Prusa polymers. I've never seen it because it is not at HQ. It's at an offsite facility. I've spoken, and we have an interview with him, Adam, the director of Prusa Polymers. I want to post that video so bad, but it is a very, I'm going to go dry interview because we can't film inside of Prusa Polymers, so we're filming in a conference room at Prusa. So there's really nothing interesting going on. It's just a talk with an expert. And that's cool, but I'm not certain that's going to be a good video. I don't know how to make it, I guess, not boring for the average viewer. You know, I think the average viewer will find it very boring and dry, where the engineering minded will be like, hell yeah, more stuff like that, you know. So,
yeah. I mean, it's one of those videos I would find interesting, not necessarily everybody else.
Right. Doug Dreams Void said LPBF stands for laser powder bed fusion. So there you go. Lasers, powder bed. So it's bed made of powder and you're fusing it together. LPBF.
Yep.
LPBF is the catch-all term for powder-based printing. Everyone's telling me to do it as a members only video. Yeah, it's probably what we'll end up doing. Release a very short video that's like heavily cut up for the main channel, but then release like a relatively unredacted, unedited copy for Patreon. And like we normally do stuff like that, where if it is an interview that gets heavily cut down, we will release a non-cut down variant of it to you guys, the community. We are finishing up the HT90 video where we went to TriLab. I think you guys are gonna like it. Although I want to get a second editor on it and see what it looks like. I have to still say that I keep forgetting. Oh my gosh, I'm tired. But yeah, to me, like, companies know where the money is, right? Prusa knows where the money is. The money is in business. It's in engineering. It's in industrial. It's in commercial. It's in education. It is difficult to make a business profitable that looks solely at the consumer. Even Bambu knows this.
Even like us, and we're a micro company, we already know what our next steps are. So once we launch Construct 2, we are going to use the funding that is going to come in from that to spin up some form of SaaS service, because that's what
SaaS is where the money
industry expects.
Yep.
So while I will always do something that can then be retrofitted to consumer machines so they get the benefits without paying for it, in reality, what are like the two big things that people want out of a SaaS service for 3D printers? So one is print farm management, that's done good. So that's an easy thing to like spool up. And one is data collection. Done. Simple. Like, those are two services that with very like low level things you can now sell a monthly service for. And it would be stupid not to, because that's what industry wants. They want hands off, just press a button and it works, and they don't really care what it costs.
They do. You know, so like, to me, the Construct 2 is positioned squarely at the high-end commercial, low-end industrial, to people that want to play with more high-end polymers. So like your carbon fiber filled materials, your pure materials. They want to look at potentially maybe doing some PEC, but definitely like PPS and things like that. But companies that look at more affordable machines and say, there's got to be a reason that they're so cheap. Construct 2 answers that question and says, there is a reason. They're a lot smaller, they're a lot less capable. This machine is incredibly well positioned price-wise. Buy it. That's my perspective from it, but I'm also not the creator. You are. So, what is your perspective and view of the target audience for Construct 2?
I actually don't know because I've ruined myself when it comes to machine design. So, Construct 1, as I said earlier, was designed to be the best of current technology.
Mm-hmm.
And the big drawback we've actually had, this is the biggest piece of feedback we've got, and it's why we didn't scale up as quickly as we expected, was we got told it was too cheap. That was the big feedback. It was too cheap and it was too pretty because people kept buying it after looking at the tech spec going, oh, that's commercial class, that's industrial class. We're going to buy it for that. Hence why like the rail industry has it and the medical industry has it because they've realized it beats industrial machines. So then I just went back and went like, you know what? If they keep saying this is an industrial class machine, what happens if I make an industrial class machine? Like I actually throw all of the bells and whistles that that weren't useful for consumers but are
Right.
for industry, throw it at the machine. Let's see what we get. And that's where we've ended up is we've got a machine that can print 4 kilos per day in carbon fiber nylon. Like that is a throughput I don't think pretty much any machine can even come
I'm not
close
aware
to.
of many that can hit that.
Like that is a big number. Like in some materials it's higher. In one material in particular, it's like almost triple that. But that's material science. Materials mean nothing until you actually get results. But from that, like I am sitting back going like, well, it's got a material changer, so it does lights out production. It's got internal cameras, so it's got internal monitoring. We've got internal accelerometers, so we're actually getting a live readout of vibration of the machine. So if an interruption happens, we can actually get a report generated per part to say this part was made within acceptable tolerances of machine stability.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
we've got all of that, obviously monitoring the temperatures and all of that. And then eventually, once it launches, we'll then be doing some form of offline/online print farm service. So you could put 20 of these in a
Yep.
line, then you don't even have to worry about loading them because you just send a print job, it chooses an empty ready machine, it starts. It's got nozzle probing and bed mesh probing. It's got bed scanning, gantry calibration. Like, there is not a feature that I don't think the machine has that is needed. Like, I think we have exhausted every possible permutation of features. Oh, and even the filament changer has replaceable bays. So you can load it with up to 5 kilo bays
Yeah, different size
all the way
reels.
down to 1 kilo bays. So you could
Yep.
have like 6 1 kilos or 4 5 kilo bays. Like you can just hot swap them. So like
There's a lot of value
it
there,
makes it
especially for lights out manufacturing.
yeah, it makes it really difficult to decide where the machine sits because I just designed it to be the best of current technology. And then I'm going to launch it and I'm going to find out where it sits. Hell, even our launch is going to be interesting because we're doing 2 launches. We're going to do one at Warwick Manufacturing Group where it's going to be industrial focused. So we're going to be talking about the industrial benefits of the machine.
Mm-hmm.
We're then going to be doing one at Larkhill Royal Artillery Corps. And that one is going to be a military focused one where we're going to be mostly focusing on the fact it's shock resistant, the fact it can measure external temperatures, it can work in adverse environments, it can work in an EM blacked out environment because you do not need a network for this machine. The fact that it's actually data secure and partially encrypted, like it's got all of these things.
That's the ideal
That is a
level.
more military focus.
Yeah.
So we're going to split even the launch of the machine into this is the machine and the sales pitch for this sector. This is the machine and its sales pitch for this sector. It's hard to say where it sits because of that. So I don't know. I honestly, I'm kind of hoping you and the community can tell me where it sits because I know it's industrial.
Yeah.
I just don't know where.
I look at it for like engineering companies that want more engineering grade materials. I look at it for smaller firms like 3D Musketeers, where we would want to be able to provide those higher end materials with a more reliable machine to our customer base. I would love to see a high temp C2, so
Luke.
one that's capable of, let's say, 90 to 100 degrees Celsius chamber temperatures, with a 450 C plus hot end, right? I would think a C2HT is a completely valid thing. Would certainly have a lot more, I guess, value to me as a small business. But in reality, I might buy, I mean, I'm going to buy one, but two is probably where I'm going to run into, okay, we're spending a lot of money. But a company like Beaver Rail, who, we visited, so like I know they're your customer because we filmed with them. They would benefit heavily from C2. Dave Harvey Motorsports,
yeah,
heavily benefit from C2 to be able to play with like a lighter weight, like a PPS that is similar to a metal once you anneal it, right? It is a completely different material that opens up all these opportunities. But I think if C2 also comes with an education side to it, something that we've talked about heavily is that there's just not enough education in this industry. If you guys are educating your customer base as to what to use the machines for and why you should choose C2 versus C1, I think that will help a lot in terms of that market segmentation. They'll naturally find their way and say, oh, well, we actually want to be able to print carbon fiber nylon. We want to be able to print it fast. So C1 and C1 XL are when you want engineering grade materials. C2 is when you want engineering grade materials and you don't have time.
Pretty much. Like C2's the machine that you can drop it out the back of a van, it can hit the floor, and it doesn't care.
Sure about that?
It will keep working. Well, just like the C1 got put on a Vibrio machine, the C2 will be as well. And we're now working on a shock absorption case for it for, obviously, military exercises. So they can have it working in the back of a truck.
Jacob, strapping your printer to a Sibian does not all of a sudden give you Vibrio testing, okay?
Oh, no. Did I not show you the video of the Vibrio?
You did.
Yeah, they tested up to 9 Gs. We're not testing this one up to 9 Gs. 3.4 Gs is the maximum we're going to test to, because that's the rating of the capacitors on the actual motherboard. We're not going higher than that. They will literally vibrate off.
David Connor Shover with the $10. Thank you for supporting these streams, helping keeping them ad-free. If you do want to support, obviously, donate a couple of bucks here and there goes a long way, because we make sure that you guys don't get interrupted by ads from YouTube. Saying, I'm sure the industrial market is starting to drool over the advances in the consumer machines. And you know what? He's 100% right. He's 100% right. It'll be interesting. So, like, trickle-down economics doesn't work. But the trickle-down effect for 3D printing and a lot of industrial levels of things does. So will we start to see... So, like, Stratasys has the F3300. I believe it is 100% to go after the XL.
Oh, yeah.
We see Fusion 3 Designs put out a machine to directly compete with Bambu. Their F200, I think is what they called it. Mm-hmm. Will we start to see more of the industrial companies, Stratasys specifically, look at trying to compete with Bambu? Or is Stratasys going to say, these people were always going to leave us, they're just leaving us earlier? So.
Hard to say. Very hard to say. I think maybe. Just a little bit. I mean, they have to be. Like, a lot of the industrial companies would rather buy a Bambu Lab to test something than buy a Stratasys to test something. You buy a Stratasys because you know you're doing it repeatedly, or you just are bad with your money.
Mally says, when do you expect to see trickle-up economics? I guess that's kind of what this is. It is trickle-up economics. We're going from a more affordable machine to a more expensive machine, so it's more of a trickle-up thing. Tom Make says, the more I watch this podcast, the more I get the feeling the Prusa XL pickup was a bad idea. Should have went with a Voron or a Rat Rig. I disagree. I think the XL is a phenomenal machine, but it has some downsides. Voron and Rat Rigs do too. You have to build them. Like, that's a lot of work.
If you were in the Discord for the $10 tier or higher, you would have heard my experience with my Rat Rig.
And if you're
very
watched this
verbally.
channel for a while, you know my experience with Voron. Like it's not perfect. It's not perfect. Um, Nothing is perfect, right? You pay for the convenience of an XL. You also pay for Prusa's development and all of that. You pay for the XL is a very expensive printer. And I look at that Snapmaker and say, it does run Clipper.
It is a very interesting machine.
So they never emailed us back, so I assume I'm still blacklisted from them. But like, dude, they did $7.8 million in the first 24 hours and 9.22 million in the first 48 on Kickstarter. At that point, it might as well just be a venture capital raise.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Marcel in the chat saying, would you classify the C2 competitor to being close to the Pantheon?
Yes.
Yes,
The
but
HS
with
Pro.
more of a focus on production over individual parts.
I would say if you wanted to compare machine to machine, the 22 IDEX and the C2 are probably the closest that we'll see.
Yeah.
Or something that Luke could build would potentially be a good competitor too. I don't know where Luke's machines land price-wise. I do like the IDEX with the 22 IDEX. It's not that big of a need. Like the 22 IDEX, if you're printing Peak, Peck, and Ultim, yeah, 22 IDEX all day,
Yep.
right? And I don't think anyone would argue there, because you don't want to have your support material be $400 a kilo, right? But if you just need like a reliable PPS, CF nylon kind of machine, yeah, C2 all day.
Pretty much. Like I've said from the start, the C2 is designed to print every material perfectly, except Peak, Pack, and Ultim. We did not design it for those materials, because to do that, you have to destroy the quality of every other material. So I'd rather focus on everything below 350 degrees. So everything 350 degrees and below, this machine's perfect for. That was the goal.
So Tom carries on saying, I just get the feeling that there will never be an XL Mark II because they focus more on the Pro line and Core 1. I mean, really, if you wanted the redheaded stepchild of Prusa's the Mini, okay, let's be real with that. The Mini hasn't had an update in years. The XL depends on who you ask.
I do actually agree. I do agree.
From an industry perspective, so like from a commercial perspective, I don't care. The XL fills my needs. I've learned to use it. It's no problem. You run basically the stock settings on Prusa. You can turn up the speeds a little bit here and there. You can tweak the slicer profiles to make it print, a little bit cleaner. But as far as a printer goes, dude, it is just click, print, go. It really is just that easy. So does it need an update? Dunno. I would say, if anything, I would love to see a cooling update from Prusa. But I can tell you, in talking with staff at Prusa, they've tried all the fan ducts they can find. None of them perform any better than the stock duct.
I'm just gonna say it's not the fan duct.
It's not the fan duct. It's the fan.
It's the fan. Like,
yes,
there's a lot you could have done with that. Let's just say that.
The XL was designed during a time where input shaping wasn't a thing that came on printers stock. So when you look at it, if the XL was designed to run at like 80 millimeters a second max, that cooling was perfectly fine for it. It didn't need any more cooling than that. Do you know
the first commercial machine that had an input shaper as stock?
No.
It was the Bambu Lab and us within 3 days of each other. We were the first. As a buyable off the shelf, it came with an input shaper. That was it. And by then, the Prusa XL was already like 3/4 of the way through the development. So,
interesting. Because like input shaping has kind of changed the way that we look at 3D printing for companies, at least, right? It's like, I'm not that interested in buying a machine that doesn't have input shaping anymore. Like, I had to
No, it has
go
to have input shaping.
I had to go help out a local person. They, hey, I bought this 3D printer for my son. It's a used machine. We can't get it to print right. Right? A very common phone call. Turns out they're like 15 minutes away from me, so I'm like, all right, yeah, I'll come out there. It was an Ender 3 S1, and its thing had been ridden hard and put away wet. I mean, it had the hell beaten out of it. Took about an hour to get the bed like in level, because you have to manually level it, and then it also has a probe, so it's a little bit of both. Um, but once we got it running, I'm like, oh my god, I forgot how slow non-input shaper machines are. But they were also running Cura with the stock profile, so the stock profile on Cura is
Oh,
very, very, very conservative. And I just kind of showed him some basic things, and I went to that and said, so why this machine? He said, well, I don't know if he's going to like it forever. I'm like, that makes sense. So you probably got a great deal. I was like, oh yeah, I got a great deal on the machine. And, this will help us understand if he's going to like this machine long term, or if this is just going to be a bit of a phase. I'm like, you know what? I can't blame you. Going out and spending $400 on an A1 to find out 3 weeks later that your kid doesn't like it, that sucks. Spending $50 or whatever it was going to be on an Ender, no problem. So
that's a very different like price point, and
we
that makes it worth it.
we normally charge like $75 for that kind of like house call, right? But the kid was so nice. He was helping the entire time. He was very engaged. He was learning. The dad was engaged in learning. He handed me 75, and I said, I can't take all that money. So I grab a 20 out of it and I hand it to the kid and say, here, go buy your old filament. Because I knew the dad just kept refusing me to give him some of the money back, so I gave it to the kid. The kid will take it, no problem. Uh, the dad also has a Ford Falcon with a big motor and a hog ass cam in it. We were talking cars. He's like, before you go, come take a look. And he opens the garage and he's like, here. He turns on the power, breathes on the key, and the thing just starts up. Oh, beautiful car. It's him and his son have been kind of slowly building it over the course of a few years, and he wants to get it fully cleaned up so they can take it out cruising. And
Oh, that's fantastic.
yeah, I'm like, dude, that's awesome. Like that's, if I ever have kids, that's the kind of stuff that I want to do, but with 3D printers. I mean, I could do it with cars too, but I already have the 3D printers. But
Why not just merge them together? Come on, got to do your Lambo print job for your Ford Fiesta.
maybe we can convince GBS to send me a roller frame, and then I'll
Come
make body
on.
panels.
I hope they're watching this. That would be cool.
That would be cool. They're not watching it, but it'd be cool.
They're not.
But what we can do is we can cut this into a short and say, hey, GBS, we'd love to get a roller frame from you guys, add a bunch of body panels to it, do wind tunnel testing, all this fun Florida man stuff, and show the power of 3D printing and how it can be used in manufacturing. All we need is a roller from you all. Hit us up.
The opening
Maybe they'll
of
see
that
it.
video has to be the you wouldn't steal a car. The you wouldn't steal a handbag.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't
steal
download a car.
You
You
wouldn't
wouldn't
download a
download a
car.
car. Ha! Yes, I would. And then it's like a montage of me scanning the whole frame, reverse engineering it, designing body panels to go around it.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, that would be so good.
Yeah.
Actually so good.
Um I look at the future of the market. I see a lot of kind of I see generational changing in things like Polyjet, right?
Yep.
So Mamaki has really kind of brought that price point down. Stratasys was kind of forced to release the J50, which is about 110 grand. Still more expensive than a Mamaki at like, I think the cheapest Mamaki is like 70, but I guess they are not selling it anymore. There's something going on with it. Maybe it's harder to service. I don't know all the details behind that. But like, I want to see more in like high detail resin work. I get metals, and metals are cool. We have access to some metal printers. seeing the democratization of powdered nylon would be awesome. To see more competition come out of China for this space would be amazing. I think the biggest challenge there is going to be, dealing with materials, right? Formlabs has such a good system. They have such a
Yep.
good system. And those of you that do resin printing that haven't used Formlabs yet, you don't understand how good of a system it is. You might say, oh God, it's so
Really
expensive. I'll
smooth.
never spend that kind of money.
No, you will. Once you use it, you realize what you're paying for.
The preform software is so good. It's so good. And I've never found other resin software, even the paid version of Lychee Slicer, it is not as good as preform. And preform doesn't cost money. So, I mean, I guess it does because you pay the machine price, but their software makes using their machines so much better. And I love that. Molly says Micronics tried. You're right, they did. And there's some other open SLS projects out there of which I am more or less consulting in one of them to assist. I want to be clear with all of you that are still salty about Micronics. The situation that occurred with Micronics was the best possible outcome for that entire situation. I am sorry to everyone that feels as though they were cheated and robbed. You need to remember how risky that machine was. I was happy to look at it and say, I could invest into this company, but I would not be expecting a product out of it because I don't believe that Micronics was ever going to be able to provide a real result at the end of it. I legitimately don't believe that they were going to succeed long term because they were going to fall victim to the same thing that Bambu was fallen victim to, dealing with end consumers. The best bet for these guys in their 20s is to take a multi-million-dollar buyout because it had to be. They raised enough money on Kickstarter. It had to be a multi-million-dollar buyout, and they get a career out of it. If you in your mid to late 20s could say that you built a company that went to Kickstarter, you made 25 prototypes, you raised millions of dollars on Kickstarter, ended up having to cancel it because your company was bought out by one of the biggest competitors in the market, and you got a 6-figure salary on top of the buyout, there's not a single person out there that would say that you were in the wrong. It's the same way that while I'm upset with how Brie Pettis and the entire MakerBot team gave the middle finger to the community, they sold for $620 million to Stratasys.
Trust me, if somebody was giving me $620 million, I'm changing my ethics very quickly.
620.
You'll see me with a Stratasys shirt.
You could literally fly on a private jet that you own to every one of your customers, personally flip them the bird, and then go to the next one. Taylor Swift style. I don't care how far away they are. You're flying to every one of them. And you would still have $500 million left over.
Yep.
So, love it or hate it, money makes you do different things. And look at the market value of Stratasys. MakerBot sold at the perfect time. And actually, I want to look that up. Let me see what the market value of Stratasys is.
It's probably gone up since the last time I've checked.
Market cap is 942 million.
Oh, they're so close to $1 billion. So close.
Yeah, let me see.
I bet you they're going to hit that $1 billion by the end of the year.
Depends on how the market plays. So their stock is currently sitting at 1077, although it looks like it's going to open around the 1120 mark. Their next earnings are November 12th, 25. Let's see. Their 52-week range, $6.05 up to $12.88, to give you an idea. The stock doesn't move much. But their market cap intraday, according to Yahoo Finance, is $942.704 million. But it's gone all the way down to about $504 million for the year. So their market cap at one point this year was below the entire value of what they paid for MakerBot. Like, I want to... Literally 2/3 of their market cap is what they paid for MakerBot. Think about that.
Yeah.
Like, if we look at their stock price their high point... Let me see their high point. About $130, $140 a share. Yeah, $134.87 a share. So, yeah, things were a little bit different. That was, what day was that? December of 2013. So, yeah. And that was like Stratasys's play for getting into the consumer market. And then they quickly realized, no. Just no. So yeah, it's not like you think, right? I think that we're starting to hit some points in FDM. I am excited for the, like, this kind of back quarter of 25, I should say. It's in 25 now. The back quarter of 25 is going to be about tool changers. The U1 is really going to tell us what the future of tool changers are. We have Index, which, if Bondtech can put out a good nozzle array for Index, I know you're clicking the button, but if Bondtech can put out a good array of material nozzles for the Index, especially if we can get an Index that's designed for higher temperatures, I think we're going to see a lot less companies doing what you're doing with C2 and just integrating Index directly into it, like you will with C2i. Because why reinvent the wheel when the wheel's already looking good?
It's looking real good. I mean, hell, I think only 4 people have mentioned it to me so far, so I might as well mention it on the podcast. The filament changer was never designed to be a filament changer like a Bambu Lab style.
Right.
It was supposed to be always for a tool changer.
Correct.
That's what we needed. We needed it for a tool changer or miso, because we needed 4 inputs independently controllable. And Index is just there, and we have a tool changer, like, feeder system designed for an Index already. It is being merged, and there will be 0 complication. So I'm very much looking forward to it.
Rob Lutter, who says your background is Baskin Robbins today, says someone should call it a cool changer.
See, I still think, because I haven't figured out what to call it yet.
I kind of like cool changer,
internally,
though. It's cold.
But internally, it's called filament changer from the UK.
But it is a cool system. Physically cool. It picks up the head. The head is cold. So cool changer is actually not a bad name.
FCUK.
FCUK. Yeah. Isn't that a brand, though?
Yes, it is. And we will immediately get sued into oblivion.
Something Hermes.
R.I.P.
Hermes.
Pretty much.
Because Hermes. Because people would confuse E3D's Hermes with Hermes. E3D should have done a leather wrapped
oh my god, yes.
Hermera as a joke. They should have
done it. I
want
to make that happen now. I kind of want to make that happen now. Do you know how many Hermeras I have just laying around randomly?
I'll reach out to E3D because I can probably get really good quality leather and make it look like Hermes. Oh, you're the one with a bug today.
I've got a...
Get it, Mr. Miyagi. Come on.
Wait, no, there we go. Now it's chopstick time. There you go. I've lost it. I don't know where it's gone.
Um, yeah, I think the success or the failure of Snapmaker as a long-term product will determine if tool changers are adopted by more manufacturers or if they are dropped, right? Because
Yes.
if Snapmaker can release a product that has even remotely close to Bamboo reliability or Prusa reliability for the kind of money that they are, that's pretty
That's
compelling.
pretty groundbreaking.
And, looking at index, unless you need the extra volume for an SV08 with index, that Snapmaker is a hell of a bargain and
I would
costs.
still say the thing that will determine if it's successful or not isn't even the success of the printer.
Okay.
It's if other companies try to copy it. So if we see a Creality tool changer and then a Quiddy tool changer, that's how I would determine if that's a success. Because everybody
Cheaty can't even get their
bandwagons.
box right. So I'm
Yes, I never
sorry.
said it will be good. I'm just saying if they try to copy it,
Oh,
that
just in
would be the
general.
indicator to me that
Mm.
they've done it. Because the problem is, like, honestly, none of these companies, other than Prusa and Bambu Lab, have actually made anything innovative. Like,
Yeah.
come on. Like, everyone's copied Bambu Labs. And as much as people hate it when I say it, look at any of the modern printers. They are Bambu Lab clones.
They're
Even the new
unapologetically Bamboo
Snapmaker.
clones, dude.
The new Snapmaker is a Bambu Lab clone.
Well, it's
It's just a Bambu Lab clone with a tool
if
changer.
you took an A1, an X1, and an XL. So an A1
Yeah.
from Bamboo, because the spool holders on the side, very
Yep.
AMS light style. Um, X1 carbon for the carbon rod, XY
Yep.
gantry
Even
system,
like the XY
and
gantry
then
looks identical.
it looks the latching system, the docking system, almost dead on to a Prusa
A
XL,
Prusa.
like almost dead on. And told them to make a baby, a little thruple, if you will. I think you'd end up with the Snapmaker U1. Um,
Pretty much.
we'll see. And it's like at this day and age, the companies I'm watching right now, obviously everyone's watching Bamboo. Everybody's eyes are on Bamboo, so I think we can get away from that. I'm watching Creality because they're a little unpredictable. Creality.
They're a bit of a dark
Oh,
horse.
I don't know if you
They
saw
pull
this.
things out randomly.
Creality's going to go for an IPO.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I did not know that. That
Do.
changes quite a lot.
Hold on. Let me see.
Now I have to inevitably buy a share of them just to say that I'm a
I'm a
shareholder.
co-owner of Creality. Yeah. Here, I'm gonna DM it to you so you can see it. I thought I'd shown this to you. But yeah. So Shenzhen Creality 3D Technology. So it's a joint stock incorporated in the People's Republic of China. And they are. It's a publication of this application. Proof is required by the Stock Exchange of Hong Kong Limited and the Securities and Futures Commission solely for the purpose of providing information to the public in Hong Kong. So they're going to go for an IPO in Hong Kong, it looks like, for their machine or for their company. So
There is
there's a lot there.
561 pages of information on this.
It's an IPO. What did you expect?
I don't know. I haven't actually ever seen an IPO before.
Oh, yeah, they're normally pretty excessive. I guess here I'll put it in the chat if people actually want to read it. There you go. That's the official document for it if you wanted to read it. But a very
Just some light bedtime reading.
Oh my god. Yeah. And a lot of it's been redacted. So like anything you'd really care about's been redacted, but that is their like official IPO filing. That tells me two different things. One, they need money. And investment money has run out. So IPO makes the most sense. Two, they could be too large. And they're getting to a point where an IPO makes the most sense. But 3, and this is the thing that I particularly worry about with an IPO from Creality, if they go public outside of Hong Kong and they go public in the United States, they are legally required to be like financially responsible to the shareholders. So what does that mean? Like, what does that mean for their printers? What does it mean for the future of their company? Right? They're doing more Creality Cloud BS right now, with some new model sharing website they're working on. But it's like, I kind of expect this behavior out of them. The IPO, it's been teased for a while. This was the filing for it. So that's what's interesting to me. So I'm keeping my eye on them to see what happens from that. FlashForge and Elegoo specifically with that Centauri Carbon, I think has a lot of value to the consumer and low-end commercial market. I think if you're looking at a P1S versus a Centauri Carbon, Elegoo at some point is doing a multicolor box of sorts. Yep. But if you don't need a multicolor box and you don't care about the slightly louder that it is, or I guess a little bit louder that it is, the Centauri Carbon presents a massive value for print farmers because, again, a Centauri Carbon at $300 gets to the MSLA printer problem of I'm not fixing it. It is easier and cheaper for me to replace it than it is to fix it.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
Very much so.
And then we see Cheaty. They just released the Q2, which addresses a lot of the problems with the Plus 4. They're not releasing updates for the Plus 4, so that sucks. The Cheaty box is a disaster in and of itself, and could potentially be a bit of a hazard, as we're finding out. But I think Cheaty's the company that comes in kind of at the end of the hype curve for a particular product, says, oh, hey, we have something too. It does all these extra things. Hi. And it's not always the most effective system for them. It works. It's just not good.
They're trying to get to feature parity without actually realizing why people wanted it in the first place.
Exactly.
It's why everybody cloned an Ender 3 in the day. Was they saw an Ender 3 was popular, they wanted a piece of that pie, and that was it. They didn't actually think why.
Elegoo has had the entire target of we will do it better and we'll do it cheaper. We are going to look at what everybody else does. We're going to clone it. We're going to undercut the market heavily, and we're going to make sure that we do it right.
Yep.
Like, I'm sorry, but the Mars, Saturn, and Jupiter machines from Elegoo are some of the best off-the-shelf resin printers on the market for under $1,000, period. They've done the same thing with the Centauri Carbon. I am validly looking at the Centauri Carbon, and I don't think Cheaty's taking back these Q1 Pros at this point, even though they're damaged. They don't work right. So I think I'm just out the money for that. I think I'm just going to replace them with Centauri Carbons. Yeah, they're louder, but whatever. I don't care. I care a lot more about printer reliability and the company being able to support it. And Cheaty just isn't 100% there for me. Elegoo has always been really good to work with. So, yeah.
That's fine.
Rob Lutter asked, you guys think Chinese manufacturer trying to clone Index right now? I bet at least one of them are. Yes.
Yeah, easily.
And Bondtech...
No, you go. You go.
Bondtech is smart. They filed their patents. I'm certain. They've had to. There's been public disclosure of it, so they've had to have their patents filed if they were going to patent anything. They have to know that keeping it closed source, but just trade secret isn't going to work. It's going to get reverse engineered.
Nope.
And I think the overall idea of what Index does and how it works is pretty well known at this point. But remember, they've made a public statement that what all of us saw in Sweden is not the final version. It is getting smaller. It is getting faster. It is getting all these different upgrades to make it better. I am starting to see a lot of complaining from people that are like, hey, where is it? We need updates. Like I reached out to Olaf last week. I'm like, hey, can we get a teaser? Can we get something on this? Because I think a lot of people are, I guess, used to things not working out well from the beginning, so they're like expecting Bondtech to flop the index, or at least have nowhere near enough inventory and that kind of stuff. Yeah, just a lot of issues with it being popular. And I don't know. I honestly don't know what's going to happen. I have a feeling it will sell out instantly, but how long will it be sold out for? How long will it take for stock numbers of this to get to a certain point? Right? And if they are in beta testing, I'm not on that list. I thought I was going to be, but I'm not on a beta testing list. Even if I was, I couldn't tell you. So that's all I'm going to say about that. Daniel DeSlantis with the Canadian 20 says simply thank you. Simply thank you for supporting the channel. Jacob, should we hit that billing department real quick?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
Let's do that.
You get to do it.
Oh, I get to do it.
I mean,
I'm still going to hand it off to you because I can't do the printed solid one. I can never remember that one.
Okay.
Because that's your
All right,
shit.
then I guess I'll do it.
But importantly, let's start with the big one. The actual channel itself, 3D Musketeers, and the company behind it. So if you need anything 3D scanning, any modeling done, any CAD design done, or any consultation for whatever project that you need doing, 3D Musketeers is the place to be. And obviously, not forgetting 3D printing itself. If you need people that actively care about your projects to make your parts with 3D printing or anything around that, these are the guys to go to, because there is too many people out there who do not care about the quality that they give you. Grant and the team at 3D Musketeers actively care about what they make, and they are enthusiastic to make sure it's the best it can physically be. So go check out 3D Musketeers for pretty much anything that you need. They're honestly fantastic people over there. And now I'll pass over to you for the printed solid stuff.
Huge thank you to Printed Solid for sponsoring the filament giveaway that we do here on the channel. It is in that pinned chat message. So if you do want to enter to win some Printed Solid Jesse filament made right here in the USA, you can do so by joining over there. If you do want to support the efforts that we do here on the channel, you can leave a like, get subscribed. That doesn't cost anything. But if you do want to support financially, you can, of course, leave a super chat in there. These streams come to you ad-free on YouTube, other than these 1 or 2 ad reads that we do every stream, so that way you don't get interrupted from the action that we do. And that does, of course, take away some financial compensation for us during the show, so it is always appreciated. And if you do want to come hang out with Jacob, myself, and the entire 3D Musketeers team, especially right after the show, you can do so. We have a weekly Patreon hangout in the Discord, or I guess fan hangout, if you will, in the Discord at the $10 tier and higher. And yeah, if you do want to get a industrial level, high-end commercial level 3D printer without having to take out a second mortgage, go check out Construct 3D, the UK's fastest 3D printer, the first Bambu 3D printer, a machine designed for lights-out manufacturing, some of the safest machines that we've ever seen, and quite frankly, utilizing more safety than even I think is reasonable. And that tells you something, because Florida Man, while Florida Man's known for doing some crazy stuff, we do take our safety incredibly seriously. And, when you're building machines on granite fixture plates, you're taking just that little extra step into making sure that every machine that comes off of the line from a family-owned small business is going to run well for you many years into the future. So
I'm glad I have the anti-blush background now.
Yeah, so
I actively can't stand it. I can't. I'm so used to never promoting myself and getting other people to do it. I can't be there when it happens. It's like hearing your own voice. But
I mean, I can do my own. I can do my own like ad read for 3D Musketeers. I've done them plenty of times. It is a lot more fun when other people do it though, because what it's good for is the ad read lets you understand where someone else sees your business, and how they look at it, and where things that matter to them, and that can help you better understand where your market position might be as a business. So we are actively seeking sponsors. If it's not immediately obvious, Construct 3D doesn't pay to be a sponsor. It's just Jacob is here and gives his time, and that has value to it. So his company sponsors the show, and I pay for the editors, so my company sponsors the show too. Printed Solid gives away filament. They, at this time, do not financially sponsor the podcast, so we are seeking financial sponsorships for the show. If you have a company that you think would be a good fit for it, let us know. We are happy to pay a finder's fee for that kind of thing. But
Oh, and you know what we've forgotten? Call to action. Like the bloody video.
I said
YouTube
that
hates it when
first.
you like a video. I don't care. I'm saying it again.
Okay.
Like the video. Do it for me. This isn't a request anymore. This is a threat. I will show up at your house and show you a good time, but only if you like that video.
Will you bring the lemon
Do it.
drizzle cake though?
No. They've got to
Oh,
bribe
okay.
me for that.
Okay.
They've got to show up to my house for the lemon drizzle cake. I show up to theirs for getting the like of the video.
It's fair. Bearded Printer with the $10. Thank you, sir. Saying love the content, Grant and Jacob. Thank you. Well, thank you, sir. Go check out Bearded Printer. Bearded Printer Thangs, probably, right? Is that where you want people to go? Where do you want me to send people? I know you're on Thangs. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so go check out Bearded Printer on Thangs. He makes a lot of like really interesting, flexible things. And that's all I'm going to say, because they are pretty cool. He posts them in our Discord. We get to kind of see them before they go public, and very, very cool models. He was also responsible for the big D20 that we had at Smurf. So that was a Bearded Printer model.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we commissioned that model from him. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, Doug's wondering if we can do more likes for leaks. The problem is I'm not sure what we can leak
Yeah,
anymore. Like,
I think I
I
think that was very much something that was last episode, and if you missed it, go check it out. By the way, Jacob, I need to know if there's anything from the States that you want, since I'll be seeing Doug in a month.
Money?
Your money's worth more than mine.
Actually, to be fair, if I see Doug, I need to give Doug a random $100 I found in my pocket, which is definitely your money.
No, it's for Bondtech.
It's Bondtech's money, and I remembered because I put my trousers on from my suitcase. Yes, it did take me like 6 months to pull them out my suitcase. And I put my hand in, and there was just $100 note there, and I'm like, bloody hell! I remember taking it because it was going to blow off the table when we opened the door to go outside, and I just never took it out my pocket again. I forgot it existed, so I need to get that back.
Just
to you
mail it to them
via
as a bribe.
Bondtech. Nah, there needs to be more in there for a bribe.
Yeah, we got to give them Swedish fish. The American Swedish fish.
Oh, okay. That's okay then.
So where do you think that, like, these FDM manufacturers, do you think we're going to start seeing, like, will we see a Bambu resin printer?
No.
No. Do you think we'll ever see a Bambu powder printer?
No. But it's more possible. So the Bambu Lab have done one thing exceptionally well, and they've cornered the market on that area, which is plug and play white appliance. As in, you just open the box and it works. It's mass marketable. And they are never going to do anything that isn't mass marketable. Because that's how they work. They need the mass market to succeed.
They do.
I do not think they'll do a resin because it's too dangerous. They'd have to fight so much bad publicity with the health and safety that it's really going to make it more niche. And they don't do niche. They do everything in a non-niche way. So that's that side. Now, they could do an industrial line and they could get away with it. But with their current brand position, I do not see them doing industrial or, well, anything hazardous. Because that's the whole point, is like, they
I mean, let's
the
look at the
current
power
printers
supplies
are
in the
good.
A1 and the P1S right now.
Good point, but there's a difference.
Okay.
Bad design and bad design concept are two different things. Bad design means your power supplies catch fire. Bad design concept means selling guns to children. And resin printers are kind of guns to children. It's very easy to do. It's very cheap to do, but the publicity is bad.
But
Like resin
so is
printers
putting a
aren't
laser
good.
inside of a 3D printer, and they didn't care.
That is
So,
true. But I think lasers have less concern because people do not care about their lungs as much as
I
they
mean,
care about
dude,
toxic chemicals.
even Creality has resin printers, and they spun off PioCreate out of that, where they, it's a separate named entity of Creality, PioCreate. I think it's PioCreate or PioCreate. I don't know how you pronounce it.
It,
But
I never
even
understand the
they did that.
pronunciations because I don't know what they intended.
So
But yeah, and I don't think they're going to do powder because powder's going to be quite expensive and it's going to be more on the industrial line, and there's just not that much marketability for it.
at
Like
the right price
everything
point,
Bambu
there
Lab
is
makes is
though.
big.
If they could make a sub
Yeah,
$5,000 SLS machine, which clearly they have the manufacturing capabilities to do something like that. They already have their hands on 40-watt lasers.
that is true.
Tell me why a no oh, uh tell me why they don't need, or tell me why they couldn't take that 40-watt laser module. And although honestly,
I, I think
UV
we'll see
lasers are
a
not great for
dedicated.
SLS, but
I think we'll see a dedicated laser cutter before we see any other form of printer.
maybe because that would make sense. But at the same time, Bambu is not in the market of just doing things normally. And when you look at the laser side, they have to compete with Xtool. Xtool is the Bambu of the laser community.
That is true.
So is it worth it for them to compete in that market? Or does it make more sense for them to go to a market that is a relatively blue ocean, a affordable SLS printer?
I don't know. I really don't.
If
The
Bambu came
problem is,
out with a sub
I
$5,000 SLS printer, you might get me to buy
oh,
a
I'm buying
Bambu.
it.
Yeah, you might get
I
me
mean,
to buy
I'd
it.
buy it. Yeah. Like, I don't want to write off the table because Bambu Lab, if they decide to do it, they'll do a good job. It's just at the moment, I do not see them doing the ugliness of a resin printer. Resin printers don't look good. They look quite pansy and they kind of look a little bit dangerous in themselves. Like when they get covered in resin, they're
Oh
ugly.
yeah, yeah.
And Bambu Lab does not like that.
Once you get your first couple of drips on the cover or on the front screen area, yeah,
Yeah.
the dedicated laser makes sense because they've got the automatic fire extinguisher system. They've got kind of everything they would need to build a dedicated laser. So I mean, maybe we will see it, right? Maybe we will see a L series of the L1S from Bambu, their laser series, and the L2S will be one where it's a blue light and an IR light. I think if Bambu's gonna do a laser, it'll probably be a Galvo
Yeah. Galvo makes sense.
because it's very portable, right? Like I have the Xtool F1. It's stupid portable. It's really easy to move around. It's a pretty solid machine, all things considered. And it's not all that expensive, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I think FlashForge is just a clone company. They just kind of take what everybody else is doing and then they do it. Prusa is a wild card. Prusa's
an actual development company. The problem is they're developing in the same direction as Bambu. And therefore they kind of look very similar to what Bambu does.
Yeah, I have to wonder, specifically with Prusa. I think a lot of the other companies are just directly copying Bambu. Do we think that the Core 1 has some copying from Bambu? Or do we believe that the styling of the Core 1 was already in works when Bambu came out?
I don't think either. I don't think there was any copying, but I don't think it was in works. I think this was a two lead engineers got hammered at one night and went, bollocks, we need to whip something out of our ass with something we've already got on hand. And they went, okay, what's our local manufacturing capabilities? Like, oh, we've got steel available really close by, we've got bending really close by, and we've got all of these stuff for our other printers. Slam something together with what we've already got, make it a Core XY, fight in the same space. And they've done a fantastic job. But I don't see development for a Core One. I just see an inevitable optimization that has come through the pressure of requiring a Core XY. Otherwise, I think we would have seen something a little bit more unique that isn't currently there in the Core One. The Core One is just a really good Core XY 3D printer.
It
And
does
that's
have
why
some
I don't
VFA
think it was,
issues, but they are,
yeah, and
they're approaching it.
that's literally why I don't think it was specifically designed that way. Was it's just a Core XY machine. Prusa has never done anything normal. They've always done everything good, like good to great. It's why they made the Pinder probe. They developed a probe to fix an issue. They developed the tool changer to fix an issue. But what did they develop in the Core One?
Making a Cartesian machine upgradable to a Core XY.
You can do that with enough 3D printed parts either way. I actually don't see that as that much of a benefit. Like they've taken pre-existing parts and they've just changed the form factor of the frame.
Yeah, I guess the Core 1 doesn't really present a lot of innovative features from Prusa. But what did the Mark IV really present above the Mark III other than the neck extruder? I guess at the time the neck
Oh, the
extruder,
neck extruder. Yeah, it was the neck extruder.
the Core 1 is just the next evolution of the Mark IV platform.
Yeah. So I do think the Core One was a Hail Mary style of bollocks, we need to whip something out really quickly. But I don't think it's bad. I think that's one of the things that have driven it to be such a good machine is they had pressure to change. And they've done something that arguably I think looks very aesthetic.
Oh no, the
It
the, the
looks
Core 1
really
is
nice.
it is a beautiful machine. I think that if you have a Mark IV with an enclosure and you're looking at the Core 1 like, wait, I get more machine for like a third of the space, excuse me.
To be fair, I still think the Mark IV was a bit of a, oh god, take the neck extruder from an XL and put it in a Mark III and then ship it because we ran out of time.
Dude, I love the Mark IV. It's funny, I choose the Mark IV more often than I choose my Mark IVs. I love the Mark IV.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. Hilariously, I find that the speed on the Mark IVs like worries me because I'm not used to bed slingers being that fast. So it's like, oh no, wait, that's a normal sound. Okay, so I go to the Mark IV. It's kind of weird, right?
That's quite funny.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That is quite funny. Oh. Just checking the comments, see if there's anything I've missed, because I've been blanking these comments. I have been hyper focused
Sousaphone
on the
said the
one
first
things.
mod I put on the Core 1 was a foam strip to rest my forehead on while it's printing.
That's quite funny.
Yeah, it is a pretty machine. Titan 3D AZ said all of us 3D printing for 10 plus years are afraid of the speed noises. Yeah, we are. Like we're legitimately afraid of the speed noises. It's also why I want to get the business out of like where it is in the house and get it into something outside of the house.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I definitely think the laser is more common. Like it's going to come out of Bambu Lab before anything else because it's low hanging fruit and people like lasers. Lasers are cool. resin's kind of scary
I do
because
hope
people don't know about it.
I hope that Prusa is building a SLS. I hope they are. But it's funny because you don't ever see them talking about the SLX very much. Their resin pro side. Um,
Yeah, I remember when they were really pushing that, but to be fair, I don't think they should be pushing the resin. Resin's so competitive. So competitive. Like those printers, you are not earning money on those printers. Like there is no way when you can buy a £200 Chinese version. Same with the resin. Like why would I buy slightly expensive resin when I can get the same thing for $10 a liter? Like I liked it when Prusa did do a resin printer because it's a Prusa grade resin printer, but then Prusa is not fast. They cannot develop very fast at all. They haven't released a new resin printer, and I would have loved to see a resin printer that actually fixes the issues with the resin printers of the time, which was they don't have a heated vat, they don't have auto stirrers, they don't have auto refill, they don't have like failure detection. Prusa hasn't done it yet, but the cheap Chinese ones have. Hell, the big one, which I'm surprised Prusa didn't do straight away, is just a vat heater. I don't actually care about the other features. I like a vat heater because if my resin is at 31 degrees, it prints 100% of the time. Like, I actually leave, you're going to hate this, I leave my light bulb on in my resin room whenever I'm printing because the heat of
the
the
extra
light
heat.
bulb just raises the temperature just a little bit, makes it less likely to
I
come
live
on.
in Florida. I don't have these problems, so it
Oh,
doesn't normally get cold enough inside for it to be an issue. Even during the winter, it stays reasonably warm without heat.
yeah.
Um, but I feel like the SL1S is like kind of their redheaded stepchild of a machine, in that they really brought in that resin company to go after the more high-end resin market. The machine is just too expensive to really compete, and it's too
Yeah.
small for its price point to compete on like a commercial level. The SL1X or SLX, excuse me, SLX is more of a interest to me, but the AFS sits there too. Would I rather have an AFS or would I rather have a huge farm of machines? Probably going to choose AFS every single time. But now we've got the Automat 3D guys that have an AFS style plate changer for a Bambu.
Mm.
Is that acceptable? I don't know.
Hard to say. Well, with Bambu coming out with their print farm software, it makes it even more complicated.
Yes and no. So I think a lot of people have already built protocols and processes and procedures around running a Bambu farm. So I'm not certain that that is going to change too much. I think it's the people
Well,
that
when you
want
combine that with with the Automat 3D stuff,
um
Bambu Lab, print farm software, Automat 3D, or the AFS, because they are feature parity. They really are.
because of the work that we do, I kind of have to choose Prusa because of the work that we do. But if we were a Etsy farm, you're never looking at the you're never ever looking at the AFS. The AFS is not designed for Etsy farmers. It's designed for like business, commercial, industrial. That's what it's designed for. It's not designed for anything else. It's not designed to be a print farm for a place that's selling $10 tchotchke BS. It's designed for those that want automated lights out 3D printing with cameras that monitor, measure, detect, with plate auto loaders, with, all this sensing technology. That's what it's designed for.
Yeah.
Will it work long term? I don't know. I was expecting AFS to be launched by now. It's not. It's still not. I don't know why.
Wait, really? I thought it was launched, but you had to like just talk to them about it.
I don't I don't know that they're actively shipping AFSs. Not. It is always going to be a get a quote system, which is fine. I get it.
Yeah.
But I guess the big issue with AFS is that a lot of the people that get one don't want you to know they have it.
Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to say because also like I know companies that would have loved an AFS and they've just ended up buying 100+ Mark IVs.
Yeah.
And that was their print farm, was 100+ Mark IVs. So
I am
I don't know. I
interested.
feel like if they're doing that, they would have asked if the AFS was available because that would have been perfect for them.
Long term, I want to see what Bambu adds to that farm software for me to decide where does Bambu really sit in all of that, because a bamboo farm running a really good piece of software, even if it's paid, could bring like the H2D non-pro into the industrial market. It could.
Yes, I do agree with that.
Because part
Like that
of
print farm software will be the make and breaker of it.
but also like, and it's something I've kind of gone back and forth with you with C2. Industrial printers kind of have guarantees, and it's called a maintenance plan. You're on a paid per month or paid per year service plan that covers parts, materials, labor, and even like hot swap machines. Form Labs has it. A lot of these larger industry machines have it. My Z Corp machines have it. The tune of $9,000 a year if I want, people and parts. 4,500 if I just want parts. But like, dude, that's the guarantee of reliability from the cost of a maintenance package is often well worth it. So if I have a C2, something goes wrong with it, I don't have to do anything. I make a phone call, I get on a video call, you guys determine what the problem is, you send me parts, and if it is like something failed catastrophically, let's say a motherboard failed catastrophically.
Yep.
I get a machine shipped to me. I take the crate that the new machine came in, I pack the old machine into that and send it back to you. And you get, and you use these refurbished machines as your hot swap machines. It's not cheap, and it's a lot of extra time, effort, and money, but when you're playing in this $10,000+ price class, you might only buy one machine. And downtime is thousands of dollars a week.
Unacceptable. Downtime is unacceptable in machines like this.
Exactly. And that's where I think when you start offering maintenance packages, that's where you are industrial through and through. You are no longer commercial. You're industrial. But the nice thing is the C2, you could offer it without one. With these larger machines, they require you to have it, or they won't sell you their chipped materials. So that's where things get a little bit odd.
Yeah.
Technology-wise, where do you see the most growth? Like, or where do you predict the most growth will be?
Oh, honestly, mostly firmware. But that is going to come down to... Actually, no, I'm going to take that back. I don't think it's going to be firmware. Current input shaper is good enough. Current kinematics is good enough because it's not 3D printer related. Pressure advance has already been fixed, so that doesn't need to be done. It's not about motors. Honestly, I think going to higher voltages, just moving faster. Actually, no, I'm not even going to say that because everyone's going to be flow rate limited. I don't know. I think we are hitting a plateau of speed because the only way you can get more speed is making your melt chambers longer. But that I don't see as a development. I just see that as people will eventually build a bigger nozzle and slap it on something, and then that's it. There's no extra machine. It's just they did it. So other than Index, with inductive heating allowing high speed heat up and cool down, not even the tool change, just high speed heat up, cool down, means you can do a firmware innovation where you can actively heat whatever you're doing as fast as you need. Like you could just heat it up, cool it down, get it going. Now, do I think there's really much else to do? No. Like tool changes are coming no matter what. They're going to be available and they're going to be fairly easily understood. We've already got multi-material. We've already got high temperature. Like in terms of features, I don't see many features needing to be developed anymore. Like we're at feature parity with industrial. You can get a 50-degree heated chamber, 60-degree heated chamber printer for like, what is it? Like the Quiddy plus 4? How much is that? Like 600 quid?
800 US, 900 US, somewhere in
800
that
US?
range.
800 US, you get a pseudo industrial machine. Like, yeah, there's issues, but they'll make them better. But that's pretty much it. Like, the slicer side, there's a lot of development on the slicer side to make things better.
Yeah, I
Until
think. Oh,
AI get better, I think AI will be the next semi big thing where it's more automated. Where a slicer, you can just put a file in and it automatically does everything for you. But even that is not a development.
no.
It's just
I think for the first time in a while, slicers are trailing machines. That our machines are fundamentally limited by options within the slicer, right? So, you
yep.
know,
Maybe materials actually.
like
Like actually good quality material understanding. So it just works better. Like you can print a bit faster, it prints stronger, more understanding behind that. I think it might be that actually.
more
Material science.
more materials with certs, or maybe not with
Yep.
certs, but with understanding of what's in them. That would be
Like
cool.
if somebody can make like a PPS that prints like PLA, that's the new default material across
Yeah,
the planet.
that would be
So
a
I
pretty
would
big
say
deal.
like if there is one development that is on the horizon, will be material development. Like that's it. Like at the moment, we choose materials based on the job. So if you can get like 2 or 3 materials that are more universal, like a universal PLA, a universal high temp, and a universal flexible, that's it. Those 3 materials will dominate everything. At the moment, there's too much choice. It's do I go Pet G from this brand, or do I go from this brand because they're too different, or do I go Pet C, or do I go Pet, or do I go Pet A, or Pet R because there's so many different types of pet? Do I go PLA from this brand or this
Yep.
brand? PLA high temp, whatever the hell that is. PLA regular, PLA matte. Like all of these are different variations, and there's not a lot of understanding behind it. So maybe it's unifying the materials into more. You want artistic, you've got this material in matte, gloss, and silver, and all of that, all your colors, but artistic material, engineering material, which could be like a PPS or PPA. And it's just like, look, any engineering material falls into this material. And then you want flexibles, it's this material, just choose your geometer and get it. That's it.
That would be nice. And certainly a machine that can, you kind of feed it raw polymer and it can auto mix and get you certain durometers, kind of like what you're saying.
That would be
Um,
nice.
the Tango line in Stratasys PolyJet is kind of famous for this, where it can mix the durometers and get you any durometer that you want, from as soft as like silicone all the way to like over, like a 70D or a 60D, right, which is over 100A. You can get these very, very different levels, all from like a couple of main materials where it can mix it. I would love to see more options on the pellet extruder side of things. It's something that I really want to play in, but haven't really had an opportunity. Like we don't own a pellet extruder. I've played with pellet extruders before, but never long term. I want to see some development there because raw polymer is, of course, way more
Mm.
affordable. Um, and I think that that would bring some of that industrial work that's really only available in the 10K plus machines down into the
Yep.
more affordable. So people that want to do dummy thick layers or want to do like furniture or more artistic stuff, but have the layers be part of the art, you now have that opportunity. So, um, Yeah, it's funny because when we see a new thing come out, I'm like, oh well, that makes sense. But a week prior, it never made sense to me that this would be something that happens, right? It's
Yeah,
like innovation currently is very interesting, and you know, Prusa Slicer hasn't had an update in a minute. We're on 2.9.2. So chances are the
I'm
big
sorry, but
3.0
Prusa
is coming
Slice is
up.
basically dead to me. Like,
I understand that.
Orca Slicer has run away with so much of the development, and I've got to point the finger. Prusa Slicer, why aren't you just copying features?
They
Like, you're
could.
letting them get so far ahead, developing really good stuff, and what are you doing? Like, I'm assuming you've got development behind the scenes. You're doing something really cool because you're Prusa. You're never slow, as in like you're not doing anything. But from my perspective, as a user of the slicer, where's the development? Where's the update? Where's anything? Like, yeah, Schmidty in the chat, calibration tools. The most used button
Yeah.
on my entire slicer is not in Prusa Slicer. And they could just copy it because it's all open source. And nobody would hate you, but they're not doing it, which just makes me think, what are they playing at? Like, why aren't
Exactly.
they?
It's like yes, they could be integrating all of this, but they're not. Or more specifically, they haven't. So what are they planning? Is it going to be something that's like, holy crap, this changes the game? Or will it fall flat?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. And I don't think, unless it's something actually groundbreaking, it's going to be enough. Because
I
there's a
still,
reason we stopped development for Prusa Slicer, and there's a reason we stopped development for Cura, because we just focused on Orca Slicer, and that was the best decision we ever made. Because
for
Orca
you guys,
Slicer
it makes
is,
sense, yes.
at the moment, one of the best slicers for features and ease of use and like uniformity that you can get.
Mm,
Like, just straight up, like, you need a hell. Painting fuzzy skin is coming to Orca Slicer. It's already available in the dev branch. It's
yeah,
already available in the alpha branch. That is a amazing feature.
that is a big feature. Yeah, instead of having to use like a modifier to put,
Yep.
yeah, you can just paint it on.
Just
That's
paint it
awesome.
on.
Like
Actually
I
useful.
looking at, if you want like TPU that's grippy in some areas and not grippy in others, like paint on fuzzy skin. Yeah, this is very much, unfortunately, from what I've seen, the Czech mindset or the European mindset of, oh, they know we're working on it. They know we're working on it. They know. No, they don't. They don't. And if you don't
Nope.
tease things or you don't show development of it, it is a little tough, right? Like, it is no secret that I'm a Prusa fanboy. Okay, I love their
Oh, I
products
couldn't
before I
tell.
was a content creator. I love the fact that they open their factories to public tours. They have given us extended access, obviously, and a lot of it. And as far as I'm aware, we have been out to Prague more and to Prussia more than any other content creator in the 3D printing space. So, I, I, last I heard, we were. But I also do love the city, so that's why we go out there. Um, but I do think part of me says they've lost their way, but part of me thinks that they're also not. They're not focused on what we all think they should be focused on. They're focused on
Yeah.
what they think they should be focused on. And if we as a market could understand, then maybe this would all make more sense.
It's almost like we need a Prusa Leaks channel where they can't guarantee it's gonna happen, but here's something cool once a week.
Yeah, and Tom makes us maybe we hear something new at Form next. If
Maybe.
if Prusa
Hopefully.
doesn't have something big by Formex, whether that's Prusa Slicer 3.0, a new machine, whatever, that's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt a lot. It's gonna hurt a lot.
It really is.
I want it to be better, but it is tough.
It will be interesting to see where the chips fall. See what they put out versus what they can't.
Um, so random variable NJ says, does Prusa actually have product managers talking to customers? Kind of. So like, I am in constant contact with my contacts at Prusa. Well, one of them specifically, we talk all the time. The others, we text back and forth randomly. I'll hear from them here and there. But, they have their own lives. I have my life too. Right? I don't know that Prusa does a lot of community outreach, like to random users. If they do, I'm not on that list. And that's fine. But I do not censor myself at all with Prusa. I tell my contacts, this is bullshit. This needs to be fixed. If you guys don't get on this, I will. And you don't want me to. Right? I put my foot down with the VFAs. I said, look, we need to get a public announcement about these VFAs, and we need to solve this problem. Or I have to, really be talking about this. If Prusa wants to actually fix these VFAs, great. Then let's work on fixing them. But if they want to ignore them, I can't. But if you're actively solving the problem, no problem. I will wait. I don't mind that, but I have to know what's going on. If I, as the consumer, if I, as the content creator, don't know what's going on, my video could be, my Prusa Core 1 is a piece of garbage. It doesn't produce smooth prints. I've learned to work around the VFAs, but it does have some VFA issues. And for a machine of that price, it shouldn't. My Bambu has similar issues. But again, you can work around it. Prusa took it seriously. Bambu didn't. And that's why you see very different feelings of me toward the companies. But I think that throughout all of it, I've stayed very neutral in that, if a company doesn't want to work with me, then fine, screw them. They can burn. But if they do want to work with me and they want to work with the community, then we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt. We're going to give them a little bit more leeway and leniency. But if they can't fix it, then we put their heads on spikes.
Yeah.
Right? Because they were given an opportunity. They failed to succeed at this. And because of that, no. And so, I'm trying to give Bambu an opportunity to come out about the P1S and A1 NTC thermistor issue, but they have not replied to any of my emails. I've sent 2.
Yeah.
They've not replied to my emails. I'm debating on using one of my known accounts with them and submitting a support ticket about it and just trying to get through to the KOL department and be like, look, I need to get on a phone call with somebody here because this needs to be taken seriously. Because, look, one, I hate talking about it every single freaking week. I will tell you that if I wanted to do a Bambu Fire series every single week, we could do it right now. Right now, we are seeing multiple Bambu meltdowns every single week.
I mean, we've literally been deleting topics based on Bambu because it's become so common in our short list of things that have happened in the last week. We've literally turned around going we can't talk about Bambu again. It's right there.
Yeah,
3 more fires, 2 more fires, 4 more fires, and we're and I'm just going to skip the topic.
At what point do you become a broken record on it? And that's not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to be broken records, but at the same time, we are trying to keep the companies accountable. So, I guess that once again puts it out there that, we are actively seeking burned boards from Bambu printers that have dealt with this NTC thermistor issue. If you or someone you know has one, please let us know. We are also looking to buy used A1s. So if you're local to the Tampa Bay area and have an A1 with less than 1,000 hours, or less than 2,000 hours on it, or it is under 2 years old, I'd like to buy it if you're looking to sell it. Because I want to do testing on it, or at least borrow it to do testing with it and then give it back to you. Pay for the time that we have it and all that. Because we have to do some level of Gamers Nexus testing here. Otherwise, we are we are sitting here saying it's okay. And it's unfortunate because when we had the Cheaty Fire issue, all these other creators jumped in. Bambu Fire issue, we're the only ones. We are the only ones talking about it.
It is annoying because fire is not something that is company specific. It's something that everybody should jump on to protect against immediately. Any printer from any company. And it does seem like there isn't much of a care when it comes to a bigger, more known brand.
Yeah.
Like compared to the Quiddy fires, where they would catch fire, there's a difference. That's a would catch fire. These are catching fire. This is in theory more severe.
Yes.
And these are out and about.
Correct.
And nothing is happening.
Correct.
And that is what's kind of concerning is how if one of my machines caught fire, I will be the first person on this podcast saying, holy shit, guys, one of my machines caught fire. Here's what we're doing to fix it. Doesn't matter how many we've shipped. It could be 1 million and we had one fire, or it could be 1 and we had one fire. It would be the first thing that we're doing is we are ceasing production to fix that issue so it never happens again, because fire is dangerous. Quiddy had not even a fire. It was just
it got very
overheating.
Hot. It got very hot.
It was overheating and it would
and it became a whole thing.
But that's not fire.
Yeah,
and everyone jumped on that. But then we have actual fires going on. Actual carbon deposit being put around a burnt item, and then people are like, it's fine.
The issue is that we have such a history with them that when we talk about them, people think that we're just like exacerbating the issue. And it's like 1 or 2. Look, man, a failed component every now and then happens. That's life. 2 dozen, we're starting to build a pattern. And is some of it related to, use? Maybe. A lot of these are happening to new machines. Is this value engineering? I think it is. But I'm not ready to make a definitive statement until we get professional testing. And it's upsetting to me how people look at our past of having issues with Bambu and going after them for their issues as a downside. It's like, no, this is us keeping them accountable. And if you don't like companies being held accountable, then what are you doing? Like, maybe I just need to grow my hair out long again and people will call me the gamer's nexus of 3D printing. I don't know. I can't have hair as, as beautiful as Steve from Gamer's Nexus, but I can't, I won't be 3D printing Jesus. He's computer Jesus. You won't find me being 3D Jesus. I just got a haircut. Got the sides cut in some because, look at all the gray, man. Look at all the gray.
Look at you.
But I'm okay to be the one. I'm okay to be the martyr in this industry and say, okay, I'll do all the work. I'll put myself out there. If I get hit, I get hit. But if we can make one good thing happen, we'll do it. It's what I want. I want things to be better. I want Bambu to be better. I want every company to be better. The same way that I pressure Prusa, I would pressure Bambu if they would be nice to me, but they weren't. And if you're not nice to me, I'm not going to be nice to you. I've given them plenty of respect. I never got it back. So they don't earn any of my respect moving forward. Although I will say T-Pain being the up-and-coming 3D printing content creator is amazing. I love everything about that. Love everything about that. Zaxman says, stop crying, Grant. You still have hair on top. Some of us are getting so thin up there on top, we can't claim to have a full head of hair. That is the one thing, like I'm not really thinning all that much. It's pulling back a little bit, obviously, but yeah, it's still there.
It looks good. It looks good.
And look,
kind of got a Wolverine vibe going on.
So what you're saying is I need to metal 3D print an adamantium. I would say that who's the comedian that says it? No one likes someone that's balding. Either go full bald or have a head of hair. The in between is bad. My dad finally leaned into shaving his head, and I think it looks a lot better. Quite frankly, I think he looks like I think he looks like someone who would just absolutely destroy you in a bar. But my father doesn't drink, so it's not an issue. But he's got the goatee and he's full shaved head, right? So you look at him like, oh man, he could hurt me. Uh, um, but yeah, I want to keep companies honest because I think it makes for a better community. And if we let any fire slide, any, I have a problem with it. I have a problem with it.
Yep.
So I want this community. I understand that you all want cheaper printers. I don't care if machine cost goes up by $50. If they have better quality components that don't result in the issues that we're seeing with Bambu printers, then to me it's a better deal every single day of the week. That's how I see
I'm
it.
going to make a car analogy, but it's probably not going to work because I realized how fucked your American cars are for safety. But you wouldn't buy a $50 car because it will not keep you safe. Like you will die when you're doing it.
You give
But
me an
then,
option to buy a
as I
car for $50.
well, the problem is I've realized how lax your car
Here's
laws are. So in
$50.
the UK, where you have to get an MOT, meaning it has to have basic safety, like the headlights still need to
Some
work.
states do.
The angler still needs to work. The brakes need to have a certain level of safety. The tires need a certain level of thickness on, like, to be
Some
legal.
states do. Florida doesn't.
And then I remember watching was it basically Homeless, or it might have been somebody else in the maker sphere that basically took the world's most destroyed car and stripped it down to the bare legal requirement of a car. And it was just like no seats, barely a steering wheel, no windows, no doors, no panels, no lights. And it was like, yeah, this is legal. I'm like, oh.
See, Ronnie says $50 car, cool, cannonball run style. Absolutely.
See, that's the problem. It doesn't work with you
The
Americans.
the 24 hours of lemons? Come on. Do you know the 24 hours of lemons?
No.
Where they set a budget every year. You have to go out and buy the cheapest car you can for the money, and then you race them until they die. 24 hours of lemons. And it's a 24-hour race. Sometimes cars actually finish, but a lot of times they don't. And it is amazing. Just to watch these absolute shitbox cars going hard in the paint. And if they fail, they fail. Who cares? You spent $500. You had more fun in that car racing against all these other crappy cars than you would in a car 100 times the price. And guess what? Ooh, he hit me. So what? Hit him back. Pit him. Who cares? It's a $500 car. Go have fun.
I really worry about you people.
Florida doesn't have, so we don't have emissions testing. I don't have to get my car certified. It's just, I register it, it's a car. But we do have laws for headlights, taillights, things like that. So like if your taillights are out or they don't work, brakes, there's not really any laws around it that I'm aware of, but there are basic safety laws. So like if your tires are bald and you get into a car crash, it's your fault because your car was not up to basic safety standards. But if you run your car into a pole, your airbags don't deploy and you die because of it, is what it is, homie. Is what it is. Yeah, ever watched a demo derby? Ever watched demolition derbies?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are not expensive cars. They're not bringing in a Porsche GT3 into the demo derby, okay? But, look, my car's got catalytic converters that are the same age as the car.
Look,
I'm not
my
replacing them.
22-year-old Honda Civic had to get yearly checks. And if there was anything they found wrong, it had to be fixed instantly.
The amount of things
Or
that
it
are
wasn't
wrong
allowed
with my
on the
car
road.
currently.
Note self, I'm not letting you drive me. I'm going to just stay in the rental car.
My car's plenty safe, but normally when we travel overseas, we don't rent cars because they have public transit that's decent.
Look, if I'm ever coming to Florida, I'm double questioning it now. I
Okay,
don't want to know what's wrong with your
well,
car.
my car's a two-door car. You wouldn't go in it anyways because the back seats are small. We'd come and
And
get you in Amber's car.
what are you talking about? Do you forget I live in what used to be Europe? Two-door cars are normal. I'll just get in the back.
Okay.
This is the most American
So the
car
the
bling thing
only
I've heard
thing
yet.
the only thing
Oh,
that's
you wouldn't want to get in a two-door car.
well, it's not
Pull the seat forward, let me in, and that's it.
well, okay. The only
Look,
light.
Grant, we got Joel in a two-door car.
Did he sit in the
That's
back?
stalled in neutral. No.
Oh.
He had to sit in the front, but his knees were up to his chest,
Mhm.
like that, the entire way. It was the world's smallest 1996 Euro car. I can't even remember the make that I have ever seen. We turn the car on, you have to impregnate the fuel
Yeah.
because it would
It's carburetor.
stall on the starter.
Well, okay, that's because someone did a poor job of tuning the carburetor.
And if you ever pull
Your
your
idle
foot off
fuel
the
mixture
gas,
was bad.
yeah, if you ever pull your foot off the gas, doesn't matter what gear you're in, it stalls.
That's a
Just
bad
instantly
idle
gone.
fuel mixture. That is absolutely a maintenance problem. So the only light that's on my car right now is the SRS light. That's a supplemental restraint system. I'm almost positive that I've determined the issue. I think after 23 years, the buckle for the driver seat has failed because sometimes it doesn't recognize that the seatbelt's not on when I first get into the car.
Ah.
So I think that's failed, and the computer knows it's failed, so it's thrown the light. And it can be a little rough on startup, so that's either fuel pump or injectors, both of which are easy for me to get to. I just have to get the time when it's not pouring rain. Both days, yesterday and today, it's been pouring rain all day. So there's nothing I can do. But yeah, otherwise I do all the work on my own car. There's no reason not to. It's too expensive. I can't afford a mechanic. Come on. There was a mechanic in here that was local to me up in Spring Hill. They never got back to me when I called them. But yeah. Soundspark says the seatbelt is a switch replaceable. Yes. Yeah. So it's the buckle. The whole buckle needs to be replaced. It could be a wiring thing. Like maybe the actual connector's a little bit out. I haven't gone under the seat to check. But under the driver's seat, I have a fire extinguisher. And on the passenger seat, there's a fire extinguisher too. So maybe that fell out of its mount and rolled around a little bit. Dunno. It is one of those. It is not a big enough problem for me to care right now. The car has Takata airbags, for God's sakes. Chances are those airbags are going to hurt you too. That's not my fault. That's a Honda thing. Honda and Takata, that's on them. But I like the car. It's comfortable. It drives well. It's got plenty of horsepower when I need it, and it's reasonably quiet when I don't. So, yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Any other things going on? What else happened? It's like now we're in the hangout part, we finished our topic. I don't know.
Oh,
Any
I
good
don't
food?
know. Not really. I had some lamb shanks today. That was nice.
I've got one. So, Amber's currently in Colorado. Brought her to the airport on Thursday, I think. Thursday morning. She's visiting her sister. Hanging out with Zach and Brooke. Actually, she's with Brooke all day today. Brooke is a professional makeup artist by trade. And so Amber's out with her at an event, which is super cool. And Amber's been sending me photos of, she found some fossilized limestone light switch covers.
Ooh.
So she wanted to get one for the bedroom. Fine. She likes the little fancy touches every now and then. And they were like $12. Not bad. But we had been getting a lot of either targeted ads or it just kept coming up for Golden Corral. Now, I don't think it's outside of the United States. You know what Golden Corral is? Okay,
No,
that's fine.
I don't.
Um, so it's a buffet, all you can eat. Uh, but traditionally for me, it's always been like something that old people go to, right? Like I haven't gone to it since I was a kid. It's been
Mhm.
decades since I've been there. And it's come up enough where like, all right, screw it. We have to go. First off, there's one local. There's one like 15 minutes away in Zephyr Hills. Um, it was $17 a person, which is
I don't know if that's good or bad. To be
nothing.
fair, American money
That's
is monopoly money to
nothing.
me.
It's nothing.
Okay.
That's like 15 quid, man. For an all you can eat
I can
buffet
get a
that
good takeaway for
it's
that.
got made to order steaks. As many as you want.
Wait, you get made to order steaks in your...
They'll cook them right there for you, right on the grill.
Okay. Okay, I take it back. That's pretty good.
And, you know, it wasn't a great steak, but it was certainly better than a $17 steak, I'll tell you that much. We were both floored. We set up our expectations pretty low because like we both remember it from our childhood, but we were both so it was just we were surprised. It was great. Way better than we expected. Absolutely worth the money. We will be going back. It was under $50 for two people. Amber gets a drink, I get a water. It was under $50 for two people after tax and tip. Like, that's nothing, dude. The food was great.
See, all I'm thinking of is my local buffet literally costing me like £8.
Yeah, but what are
All
you
you can
getting
eat.
there?
I get deep fried king prawn shrimps, like good ones, not with radioactive material in them, and it's a Chinese style, so it's like actually quite decent.
Oh, okay. So
Rices,
it's like a
chips,
Chinese
but
buffet.
like it's a Chinese buffet. I
And
don't
you
know
can
how
get
much
it
that
for
is in
8
America.
quid?
Yeah, the cheapest one I saw was £6.
Damn. No, they're like it's like there's an all you can eat sushi place in Tampa that I quite like, Sushi Yama. That is 33 a person. Now, your boy can put down absolutely at least $40 in sushi without even trying. Okay. All right, that's all you can eat is how low can the profit margins go? Okay, that's, that's where I'm at.
I'm just saying, like I think the like British buffets are just cheaper because that is still very
I
expensive.
mean, next time we're in the area, you got to take us there. That's all I'm saying.
I will. I can't promise it's actually any good because I don't know what your quality is like out there, but I eat there and it's actually kind of nice, and I can't say no to getting
As I have said
prawns
once and I'll
on a
say
stick.
again, you don't get a body like mine by being all that picky. I just like food. I just
Oh,
like food.
they also do free dessert for it as well, so you get as much dessert as you want, which
Well,
is
I
actually
mean,
good
that's
cakes
a
as well.
buffet, so
No, I'm just saying,
Doug wants to
like you
know
can
which
just...
one it was.
Oh, it's the one right on the high street, right next, right after the stone bow on the right, and I can never remember what it's
Google it,
called.
Jacob. Find it. We need to
Yeah, I'm
know.
googling it. Gmaps.
No, like, dude, they had fudge. They had like, fudge. They had soft serve ice cream, all that you could have, cookies and cakes. There was a lot more dessert than I was expecting, but it makes sense, you know. Is it near Lakeland Plastics? That's funny because there's a city near me
No,
called Lakeland.
I don't think it is. It is on Silver Street. It's there. It's right next to Little Korea. The Taste. There we go. The Taste.
The Taste.
The Taste.
That's
The
a thing.
best name ever.
Well, I
But
can
yeah, like,
certainly, I
and
can,
then they also do takeout boxes, so you can get like quite a big like
yeah.
Chinese style takeout box, and I always fill it half with rice, and then I put a like a potato rosti the other way in the middle, and then I can make two little fountains of whatever sauce with like beef or
I can
whatever
make
I
the rice
want. So I've
myself,
got
and I'm
like
filling it full of
I've got a nice little
protein.
big thing. But what they also allow you to do is they don't care if you close the lid. So you can build a little wall and it keeps going up. So then you get the king like tiger prawn skewers that they do, and you can make a little wall around them. Also, you can fill your mouth before you go out, and you just take it and you go as you leave. It's great. Like there's normally a lot more food than you can eat in one sitting. Like just straight up.
Like, and I've had very expensive sushi. I've had good, very expensive food before, but there are just some times where I'm like, I'm just looking to lower profit margins, man. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. All right, let's. And then like the next week, I feel guilty about it because the clothes are a little tighter, and I'm trying to lose weight, but my dopamine snack is ice cream, and it's like the worst dopamine thing to have, but it's what works for me consistently. So it is tough. I'm trying to lose weight, or more specifically, I'm trying to slim down. I don't care if my weight stays the same, because if I just gain muscle mass, that's fine.
Yeah.
So instead, what I'm doing is I'm just like doing
You want to
high
become
in,
more shapely.
yeah, get my curves in the right places where they belong. So like what I'm doing, like yesterday, it wasn't raining for a couple hours. Oh my gosh, the other thing. People with lawnmowers, listen up. This is not paid, and I will absolutely take a sponsor for this. The Oregon Gator Blades. I do not care how much they cost. Buy them. I sprung for a set of Gator Blades for my lawnmower. Oregon, they normally make like chainsaws. I know them for their chainsaw chains. They're very good chainsaw chains. I use their chains. I went onto Reddit to look for like the best blade for my lawnmower. Everybody said the Gator Blade. The Gator Blade. Okay. I go to Amazon. Cheap blades are like $20 for a set. I need two. My mower takes two blades. $20 for two. The Gator Blades were $33 on Amazon for the set of two. The Gator Blades weigh more than the two sets of the cheap ones that I bought as well. I'm returning the cheap ones. The Gator Blades are like 3 millimeters thick. They come down a little bit, so they do a much better job of like keeping the grass dead, flat, and even. It's funny because like with the cheap blades, you can ride through tall grass pretty quickly, and it's no big deal. These, you have to slow down. The blades are so heavy, they'll go through a couple of times, but eventually they slow down. And unless you have a really powerful motor running the blades, you have to slow the mower down. I've now slowed the mower down a little bit when I'm cutting. My backyard, perfect. It's perfect. It was 50% more expensive. So it went from $20 to $33. I will never go back to the cheap blades unless I have to. It's like I'm going to return one of
It
the...
does sound like that was quite good.
I'm a convert. I'm absolutely a convert. If your mower can take Gator blades, put them on there. Doug said crazy golf at Grants. Honestly, it is like putting green flat. Okay. There is not a stray freaking blade of grass. Mind you, the grass was almost knee high when I was cutting it. So there's piles of grass. But when the grass was dry, it was throwing it like 40 feet. Dude, I had a rooster tail like I was a boat doing 60 across the water. It was insane. It was great. I think the blades are a little long. I think I hear them hitting each other every now and then. But I think that might be the deck flexing and letting the blades hit each other. But yeah, Convert, Oregon, sponsor the podcast. I don't know what kind of ad read I could give you, but I'd figure it out. God, what if I 3D print a lawnmower blade? Would that work?
Well, you can 3D print with trimmer blade, like trimmer wire. So might
Right.
as well.
Well, no, a lawnmower blade's a big piece of metal.
Yeah, just print out like PPS or something.
My only issue is I need a 23 1/4 inch long blade.
What the hell is that in actual units?
Great question. Oops. It is 590.5 millimeters.
Oh. It is just outside of the print volume of a C1 with the extension done. So we can get 440.
I
Actually, no,
mean,
we might be able to. Oh,
I
I
could
need to
do
get
it so
Orca
they
up now.
bolt together in
No,
the
I'm doing
middle.
it. I'm doing it in Orca. I'm going to see if we can't angle it. Just straight line
Well,
angle.
what if I just did it in two pieces and bolted it together? Like, what's
No,
the big
we're going to
deal?
figure this out. We're going to figure this out. What is like the longest you can get
Oh,
in a
Emily the
diagonal
engineer
across?
did it apparently.
What was the length again?
590.55.
Okay, I'm just going to call it 600.
That'd be kind of cool if you could.
I'm going to see. Can't promise anything.
But see, Emily the engineer's mower, I don't think was a 23 horsepower. Mine's 23 horsepower, and I need 2 of those blades. Now I want to do it. This is really stupid. I'm gonna reach out to Polymaker and see if they'll send me some rolls of PPSCF for this. This is so stupid. But in theory, it should work.
Okay, we're getting there.
Nick T said I wouldn't trust a 3D printed blade, but see, that's the thing. Lawnmower blades aren't sharp. They're not supposed to be. They're kind of sharpened, but they're not sharp. So it could actually work. Like,
Oh my god, it almost fits. We've got like 1 centimeter to make it fit.
at 590.
How can I get it? Yeah, at 590.
And
think I
yes,
can
I
put it
could
over
make
a
an
little bit
adapter to use string, but that's not as much fun as 3D printing a freaking blade. See, Doug said, get that printed on a C2 and then it's a collab and he can bring it with him. See? See?
Oh. Oh, and I'm only doing this at 400 high, not 440 high. Yeah, it fits.
The blades are only like 3 millimeters thick, homie.
Oh, I was even doing this as like an inch by an inch by an inch just for easy math. And then
you want to print it.
590.
No, you want to print it flat on the build plate. You don't want to print it vertically. It'll shatter. 3D prints are weakest about the Z-axis. You want the Z to be the 3 millimeter thick blade.
Well, it would fit vertically.
Well, that's
at
not
a rolled over and rolled over.
No, we'll
in
do
a
it in 2
diagonal
pieces and we'll
across
bolt
the-
it together. It's no big deal.
Oh.
It's gonna weigh so much less than the metal blade. It doesn't matter. We can put bolts in it. It's fine.
Oh, F saying PHA blades.
Oh God,
That's a good one.
that'd be pretty funny
Single-use
though.
blades. That would be pretty cool. Once you're done, throw them out.
How long would they last though?
1 cut,
No, they'd last longer.
maybe 2.
Yeah, see, the central fugal force is not technically a force; it'd be centripetal force.
There
Could
you go. I was
tear
going
it
to
apart.
correct you if you got it wrong. I was waiting for it.
I know that would
How
be
do you
an
pronounce
issue.
it, by the way? I'm interested. Do you
Huh?
pronounce it centripetal or
Centripetal.
centripetal?
Centripetal.
Okay.
You would have to have a way they interlock together and then bolts and things go in to kind of keep them keyed in. Like they'd have to somehow key in to each other, maybe like a double dovetail. That would be a great use for continuous fiber, Tanner Lightfoot says. I'm going to text my continuous fiber buddy.
We gotta try it.
Yeah. Fiber Seeker. Doing a 3D printed lawnmower blade on the Fiber Seeker.
That would be quite fun.
And see, the trick is, if you put it on the side of the mower that doesn't have the discharge, even if the blade fails, even if it explodes, it's a metal steel deck. It's not going to hurt it's not going to hurt you. Who cares if it hurts the mower? That's replaceable. Son of a bitch.
You got to do that. You got to do that. You got to write that down and you got to do that.
Son of a bitch. All right. I put a note for myself that I need to email them because I would do it. I would do it. Everyone's like, oh, it'll shatter.
That's the point.
Good.
Let's see.
Good.
The higher the risk of Grant getting hurt, the better
Honestly,
the video.
I would put it on the side without with the opening, so that I can put a camera. Because like, how do you film that without cutting a hole in the deck of your lawnmower? How do you film that?
Just do one sideways and then cut, and then see the blade every like couple of cuts.
Yeah, but you really
got to show
wanna...
one of it spinning. You've got to show one of it spinning. Do you have any of those like micro cams that you could put under the lawnmower so you could actually see it cutting?
The endoscope cameras would work for this.
Yep.
Yeah, a borescope. Or you just drill a hole in the garden, put a borescope in there. That'd be fine too.
Yeah,
probably.
that would work.
Probably. This is so stupid. Insta 360 sponsor. Oh my god, I would love that. I just got the X3. I found an X3 for $150. So
and you say I don't have a collecting problem, and then you keep buying more cameras.
We have uses for them.
Yeah, and I wanted to buy a Lumix S1
And how
Mark
much
II,
is
and you're
that?
Like, no,
how much is that, Jacob?
Don't buy.
How much is that, Jacob?
£3,000 camera.
£3,000?
I think it's like 3,000.
This was like £100, Jacob, or £120. Okay.
Yeah. Well, how many of them have you bought now?
I have an X2 and an X3. That's it. I only have two 360 cameras. The X2 and the X3.
Okay. Okay. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I'll give you
I
that.
only have those two.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Collecting your cameras.
There is something dumb that I'm doing, though.
When is it not dumb when you're doing it?
I got the Peak Design Messenger bag, and I really like it.
Okay.
It's charcoal. It's the same color as my backpack from Peak. My sling bag, I have a 10-liter sling from Peak. It is gray. And so I think I'm going to buy a charcoal one and then sell my gray one so I can have all my bags match.
Ooh. Okay, that's kind of... I'd do that. Do it. Do it for the drip.
Yeah, I think I got to. Embedded borescope inside the blade during the print. How would you deal with the wires twisting? I don't know if you could.
That's the answer. You wouldn't. That isn't possible.
Yeah.
Unless you put a slip ring in, which is not going to work.
No. Look, there's only so much stupidity that I'm willing to do. 3D printing a lawnmower blade is pretty damn stupid. But I happen to live on enough land that even if it decides to have a case of the come-aparts, I'm not really worried about it. Like, I'm not. And if I was really worried, I have plenty of AR 500 armor steel here at the house that I could put to protect things. So there. But that would be... Damn it. It's such a good idea. I hate it. You
gotta make it happen now.
I hate it. Oh, what if you buried a GoPro so that the lens was sticking out? Don't stick the...
and then it just goes over.
So it goes over it. Right?
Yeah, just bury it, put a little light so you still get light when you go over.
Yeah.
Done.
Instead of attaching it to the mower, put it in the ground. That's easier.
That would be pretty fun.
And I do have quite a few of these cheap old Sonys. That'll work just fine for that. Dig a hole,
I'm with
stick
Steven.
it in.
I'm with Steven on this. I'm looking forward to when you eventually get a RUD.
What's a RUD?
Rapid unscheduled disassembly.
Oh. Yeah. That's part of the point, though.
It's the favorite part of watching new rocket launches. Is it gonna RUD or not?
Yeah, it's, you know.
It's not it blew up. No. We went to the RUD stage.
And so the nice thing is the blades are also keyed. So they've got a 5/8 inch 6-point star on them. So they won't just free spin either. Oh, this is such a stupid idea, and I love it.
Oh, it's
I
got to
love it
happen
so
now.
much. I love
Gotta
it
happen
so
now.
much. I'm really not seeing a huge like physical injury. Like,
Maybe your toes.
so
Just wear the
we're
steel
going to be
toe
doing a
cap and
whole
you'll be
series on
fine.
pimping my lawnmower, to be clear. Like, this is already a planned series.
Hot pink.
Like, no,
Hot
pimping,
pink.
making it look.
Hot pink.
No, I'm not
Hot
painting.
pink.
I'm not going to paint it. We're going to be putting gauges on it, more lights on it so I can mow at night. And switches and everything like that. It'll all be 3D printed. Duff says steel toe boots. I'm protected by 2 layers of steel. Like, and steel toe boots aren't steel toe from the bottom. The issue's the bottom. And I have a riding mower. I have a 0-turn mower. So I'm sitting on top of the blades. The blades are under me. Underglow. We could do it. There's no reason. You know, that would
That's
probably...
how you get your camera shot. That's how you get the camera shot, is you get to see underneath.
Well, no, you do underglow on the frame, and it's white, so it just projects light out. That actually worked quite well. We have to be careful. We can't draw more than like 250 to 300 watts, or it gets a little angry.
That's a lot of light. That's a lot of light.
The headlights that I bought for it are 120 watts. The ones on it right now are like 20, and they're not enough. I'm going to take the ones that are 20. They're going to be moved to the back and be larger floodlights. These ones are designed for like off-road trucks. It's not a light bar. It's 2 individual lights. They'll need fully custom mounts and stuff like that. It's going to be fun. And yeah, we're going to have full monitoring of battery voltage, oil pressure, and air temperature. Since I also have a water pressure gauge.
Fair enough. I'm looking forward to that now.
It'll be fun.
That's going to be fun.
But
that's going to be really fun.
Let's get these folks out of here. Let's give away some filament, and we'll go send them to go hang out with Mr. Steve Builds. How's that sound?
Yes.
All right. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe and all those things. Thank you all for watching this always fun episode of the Making Offs Podcast, episode 240, all about what 3D printer is right for you. And like adult diapers, it depends. Stay safe out there. Don't forget to call your loved ones. And as always, keep making awesome. Have a good one.
Stay safe.
Turn off the camera.
Turn off my recording.
Yeah.
No, don't turn off your camera. Just the recording.
The recording.
Whee!
All right, let's give away some filament. Turn off the giveaway. It's funny how few people actually enter the giveaways. You have a very good chance of winning filament.
You know, I'm not going to be able to hear you for a second, but so
Okay.
I've got the Open Run 2s, like the 2 Pros. I'm not vibing with them. They're actually not as comfy as just the Open Run 2s. They're digging in ever so slightly into the edge of my ear, and it's not very comfy.
So Costco is going to have the Open Run SEs going on sale, which are the Open Run 2s. It's just a Costco only variant. And Jacob, it'll be $75 US.
That's not bad. Thankfully, my friend shipped them back to me. So I do have my original Open Run 2s
right
with me.
Oh, I'm saying if you wanted a spare pair, it's the cheapest way to get them is the Costco brand. Or is the Costco variant. It is still a brand from Shocks. It's just a Costco only variant.
That's not bad.
All right, let me see.
But yeah, so I'm going to be using these for travel because they work better for travel. And these ones are my daily drivers because they sound amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Just be aware, the Pros, they don't really do bone conduction anymore. It's not really a thing. Whereas the 2s do bone conduction, and so it is a thing.
What are they then?
So there's still a bit of bone conduction.
Is it air conduction
but I'm not
then?
sure you'll be able to see this. But there is. Come on, focus. 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 on my
Oh
camera.
yeah, there's more of a grill in there.
Yeah, it's not focusing, but there you go. There's a external bass speaker.
Mm.
It makes it sound fantastic, but it for some reason it's just the curve on the ear. It's not even the back because I got the bigger ones as well, so it's not on the back, but it's just digging in ever so slightly into the edges of my ear, and
Hmm.
it's just after 5 hours I do feel them.
Oh man, I wear mine all the
Whereas
time.
the
Well,
twos I can wear 20 hours in a row, I do not feel them.
so interestingly, I feel like every time, like, so eventually, if I don't wear them, I like have to get reused to them. Cause yeah, they'll dig into my ears a little bit, but after a couple of days, it's not too bad. So I don't know.
They look the same. Like, it's not bad.
Yeah.
So it might just be the weirder thing is they're lighter as well. They are lighter, ever so
Well,
slightly.
and I
So I
like the
would have thought
mag
they would have been more
charger.
comfy.
I know that the
I
UK
do
and the
like the
EU
mag
is big
charger.
on the USB-C, but I actually prefer the
No,
mag
the
charger.
mag charger in the two, in my opinion, is nicer to have. Though having a C means I only have to carry one cable for everything still.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I know he's in here, but he used a different nickname. Um, MLV, you won, but I'm almost positive you used a different nickname in the thing. Let me make sure. If it's the MLV that I know of. Uh, no. Okay. Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that's your thing. So you win a shirt because I know you're not in the United States, so you win a shirt. Uh, all right. Yeah, YouTube is changing. You have to change your username or something like that.
Yep.
Um, let me not send you to the wrong live stream from Steve Builds this time. That was my fault last week. I even though YouTube said he was live, uh, I chose the wrong thing. Yeah, I chose part 5 when he was doing part 6. This week he's doing part 7. So I got it set up so you guys will go see part 7. If you are a part of the Discord, come hang out in the Discord. We'll be doing a Patreon only hangout there. Howie DeWitt 3D. I don't know if you're still here, but I don't see an email from you. But if we're connected on Discord, even if we're not, I'm just at 3D Musketeers on Discord. So at me on Discord, and I will get you into the Discord so you can come hang out with us for the show. Da Vinci, you don't need to, I don't think, but you might as well. Yeah, send me just send me a DM on Discord. And I thought I got yours out, but I guess not. All right, let's go send these people to go hang out with Mr. Steve Builds. Thank you all for hanging out with us. We'll see you all later.
Stay safe out there.